Hey guys, welcome back. Get ready, because today we are jumping back into the world of Mushoku Tensei. In this video, we're covering Volume 04, including chapters 1 to 10. Sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
Volume 4, Chapter 1, Part 1. Windport. The only port city in the Magic Continent. It is a town with a lot of hills and slopes. You can see the entire city from the entrance. The majority of the houses are made from the usual earth and stone commonly found in the Magic Continent, but there are a few wooden structures mixed in too. They must be importing wood from the Millis continent. There is a shipyard at the end of the town. It might be because it's a port city, but there are very few stalls near the entrance of the town. In contrast, there is a lively atmosphere closer to the harbor. It's a town with a bit of a different color from the usual. Then beyond the port, then outside of town spread an enormous ocean. When was the last time I saw the ocean? Probably around middle school when I went on a field trip. It seems the ocean is the same no matter what world it is.
The blue sea, the sound of the waves, the seagull-like birds, and the boats raising their sails. This is the first time I have ever seen a sailboat with my own eyes. They often appear in movies, but you can feel one's age and excitement when you actually see a wooden sailboat with its sails. As expected, in this world they must have advanced techniques to ride against headwinds. No, it is this world after all. They can probably just make their own tailwinds with magic or some other sort of method. Part 2. The moment we arrived in the city, Eris jumped off the lizard and started running.
Rudeus! It is the ocean!
The words that came from Eris's mouth were spoken in fluent demon god language. She has remembered to speak in the demon god language on a daily basis now. Ryujin and I were trying to use demon god language as much as we could to talk. The plan was a success. Recently, Eris's demon god language has improved quite a bit. After all, it seems that the fastest way to learn a language is to live in a place where it is commonly used.
Still, she cannot read or write with it. Incidentally, since we came to the Magic Continent, I have not taught her magic even once. Putting aside voiceless incantations, I'm sure she has already forgotten all the incantation magic. Wait, Eris, where are you going before we even decide on an inn? After hearing my statement, Eris's legs abruptly stopped. Incidentally, this is the third time we have had this back and forth exchange. The first time, we got lost, and the second time, we got into a fight on a street corner. There will not be a third chance. That is right. If we do not decide the inn first, we will get lost, right?
Eris returned to being cheery while looking at the ocean. Come to think of it, this should be her first time seeing the ocean. There is a river near the Fadoa region, and she would occasionally go play in the water with Soros on holidays. Unfortunately, without me. Can you swim? Eh? You can swim in the harbor? I want to swim. I want to see Eris, enchanting 13-year-old body as well, but we have no swimsuits, right? Swimsuit? What is that? We do not need it. I could not hide my confusion with that shocking statement. Swimsuit? What is that? We do not need it. We do not need swimsuits. I wonder if that meant that we would go nude. No, there is no way that is the case. Even in this world, there is the culture of feeling embarrassed over nudity. That is why, yes, most likely in underwear, we will play in the water with underwear on top. The underwear that sticks to the skin as you get wet, transparent flesh showing through, pochi rising to the surface. That is strange. Why was I not involved in the river play in Fadoa region? Exactly where was I? I guess it was because I was busy. In those days, I was living a fulfilling lifestyle every day. However, just once I wish they had told me they were going. No, there is no point in thinking about that now. Focus on what is before my eyes right now. Live in the now. Yes, I am going to live right now. All right. It is the ocean. No, it is probably better if you do not try to swim in this ocean. Eh? Why? There is a lot of monsters. That seems to be the case. It would be fine if Rudeus and I just annihilated all the monsters, is what I was thinking. But surprisingly, that living organism radar might not be all-purpose. It probably cannot detect very well in the water, no, but could we not manage to bathe in the sea for at least an hour or so? I could make something similar to a fish preserve in the nearby shore with earth magic. Though, in the 1 in 10,000 chance that something happens, there might be some kind of monster in the water with some kind of strange special ability. They might just jump straight over the fish preserve. If it was an octopus, we could have an arrow event start up, though if it was a shark, it would be Jaws. Cannot be helped. It seems like it will be best if we give up on playing in the ocean here. Really, it cannot be helped. We will go without swimming this time. After we decide on the inn, we will head for the Adventurers Guild. Yeah. However, even I have a healthy interest in Eris' body. I have not been able to confirm exactly how much her body has grown up over this past year. It is hard to tell with clothes on top, since that is the case. I thought it would be good liberating near a shore. You never know what might happen. Even if we cannot swim, we can still play on the shore. Shore? The ocean has a sandy beach sort of thing. The sand pit continues on all the way along the beach. What is fun about that? You can get some water from the beach and pour on it. Rudeus, you are making a strange face again. Though it sounds interesting. Let's go later.
Eris said that happily and kicked off the ground, jumping back onto the lizard. It was a wonderful jumping ability. It was a jump purely with the power from her ankles. In terms of sound effects, it would be a goo-on feeling. Eris's legs have been trained rather well, though this matter is fine as it is. I wonder if in the future she'll end up looking like Ghislaine with bulging muscles. I am a bit worried. Part 3. For starters, we decided on an inn, left the lizards in a stable, and then started walking to the Adventurers Guild. The meeting will be held before we sleep.
Windport's Adventurers Guild. There were a large number and variety of adventurers crowding around and making noise. It was a familiar scene, but it felt like there were quite a few human races. If we cross over into the Millis continent, then it will probably increase even more. First off, let's go with our usual routine. I moved in front of the notice board. Are we not planning to quickly cross the ocean? I am just taking a look. It seems like earning money in the Millis continent would be better after all. Earning money is easier in the Millis continent. That is because the currency is different. The currency in the Millis continent can be divided into 6 types: royal notes, general notes, gold coins, silver coins, large copper coins, and copper coins. If we use the fact that 1 stone coin is equal to a single yen as the basis, and look at it then, royal notes, 50,000, general notes, 10,000. Millis gold coins, 5,000. Millis silver coins, 1,000 yen. Millis large copper coins, 100 yen. Millis copper coins, 10 yen. That sort of reasoning. The B-rank jobs on the Magic Continent generally have rewards between 15 to 20 scrap iron coins in total. If we convert that into stone coins, it would be 150 to 200 stone coins. If we make the assumption that a B-rank job on Millis Continent gives the same amount as the second tier of their currency, it would be 15 large copper coins. After conversion, it would be 1,500 stone coins. That is 10 times more. It would be better to earn it in Millis. However, if it seems like there will be quite a bit of time before the ship leaves, then we will end up taking some jobs here. Fundamentally, B-rank jobs. A rank and S-rank jobs are not just dangerous, but most of them take over a week, or at minimum, a number of days. If we want to constantly do a number of jobs in a period of a few days, then B-rank are the best. That is why we have no intention of rising up to S-rank, where you cannot accept B-rank jobs anymore. After you reach A-rank, you can accept S-rank jobs as well. Since that is the case, I first questioned why anyone would bother rising up to S-rank. I asked the staff member, and supposedly you receive special privileges if you rise up to S-rank. I would not know unless I specifically investigate it more, but the inn cost rates will be cheaper, and the guild will distribute more profitable jobs to you and such things. Also, they will close their eyes to a majority of things that violate a contract. Those kinds of things, it seems. If we focus our efforts around A-rank jobs, staying at A-rank is more efficient for earning money than rising up to S-rank. Although, it seems such privileges are a huge benefit when it comes to exploring labyrinths for adventurers. We have not tried exploring any labyrinths. They are dangerous and they take too long. We have been focusing our efforts around B-rank jobs. For those reasons, we have no plans to rise up to S-rank for the time being. Eris seems to want to try it though. Rather, the conversation has gone off topic a bit. In any case, we joined the Adventurers Guild with the intention of earning money. Since that is the case, it is better if we take the ship as soon as we can and earn money in Mullis instead. Come to think of it, I wonder where the ship takes off from. The port. I mean, where in the port? Let's ask and see.
I moved up to the counter. Standing there was a female, probably from the human race. Why are there almost always females standing at the counters? And why is the ratio of large-chested ones so high? We needn't talk about that. We want to go to the Malise continent, but do you know where we can go to get there?
Ask those sorts of questions at the checking station.
Checking station?
Since you will be crossing national borders when you board the ship.
Since you will be crossing national borders when you board the ship. It's a problem between countries outside of the Guild's jurisdiction. It seems that the Guild staff has no obligation to explain it about that. Since that is the case, we should head to the checking station. Maybe we can hear a detailed explanation there.
Hey, you!
Just as I was thinking that, I heard a loud yell within the guild. After turning around, Iris was punching a human race male. Her nuclear warhead is energetic today as well. Where and who do you think you're touching? It was an accident. Who would want to touch a brat like you? It doesn't matter if it was an accident. I don't hear any sincerity in your apology. Iris has become quite fluent in demon god language. And then as she improved in fluency, the number of fights increased.
Gahahaha, what's this? What's this, a fight? Oh my, oh my.
Hey, don't go getting beaten up by a child. Incidentally, fights between adventurers are actually a pretty common everyday occurrence, so the guild does not really interfere. Rather, there are staff members who start up progressive gambling and take bets. Iris, I'll crush you!
So, sorry, it's my loss. Let me go. Please stop and let go of my leg!
Just as I was thinking about that, Eris had rolled the guy over in no time at all. Eris's ability to drive people into a corner, especially recently, has been strong. They start to be afraid before she even touches them, and not only that, she accurately drives them into a corner. What are you snapping over? Just as you were thinking that, they were rolling on the floor and being stomped on the crotch. The C-rank adventurers here and there can do nothing to stop it. Then, after a certain amount of damage is done, Rifujin steps in to stop it.
Stop! Why did you stop me?
The fight is already decided. Let him go with this. This time as well, Rifujin stops her by carrying her like a cat. The man ran away while holding a certain part of his body.
Damn it! You're insane!
It is the usual spectacle. I cannot really stop it. If I grab her from behind to stop it, I can't stop my hands from moving on their own. When I start moving, my hands will grab weird places. Then it is my turn to be beaten half to death.
The moment someone yelled that, the guild hall became quiet. Even the halflings stopped grinding the meat. The Doomites stopped watching each other. Everyone was watching us, looking for confirmation. Who said bald head? Rujurd's tone was short and terse. He gave that person a look where a single glance would wipe off someone's smile. Everyone ceased breathing for a second. Although it wasn't silent, it felt that way in my head.
Dead End? You mean the super tribe? Idiot, it's the party name. It's been rumored to be fake recently.
I've heard rumors that they're the real thing as well. Oh? They're violent, but they really aren't bad guys at all.
Violent but good guys? Isn't that contradictory? No, it means they're not all violent.
Zwa zwa. Murmurs started to spread around inside the guild. This is the first time we have been in this situation. It seems we have become quite a bit famous.
I wonder if it is fine if we do not sell Rygerd's name in this town. Adventurer 1. Just a 3-person party made it to A rank after all?
That is amazing. But regardless of whether it's a fake or the real thing, I can believe it if it's those two.
Mad Dog Eris and Watchdog Rugerd, right?
Eris and Rugerd have nicknames. Nevertheless, Mad Dog and Watchdog? I wonder why they're both dogs. I wonder what kind of dog I am. I guess I'll listen for a bit and see what it is. Fight dog is unlikely. It is most likely not something cool like that. I can't imagine it giving a brave feeling either. If I had to pick for myself, it would be Butter Dog, but this past year I feel that I've been working as a sort of operations tower. After all, it should be some kind of intellectual name. Patient Dog, maybe?
Then, that midget in the back would be the owner Royard. I heard that the owner was the one with the worst personality among them.
Yeah, everything I heard about him was bad. And there it is. My name has not been remembered. No, certainly I often name myself as Rugerd. Although, every time something good happened on our travels, I would say, "We name ourselves Rugerd of the Dead End. Please take care of us." As such. And then, whenever something bad happened, I would announce with a loud laugh, "I am Rugerd! Goo ha 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 ha!" And such, while laughing. Since that is the case, why did they end up mixing them? Even though we have been quite active for the past year, I am a bit shocked by the fact that only my name has not been remembered. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It was selling my name with a bad meaning anyways. It is not too bad since it is not my real name. Also, the owner is not too bad either. I would certainly like to put a collar on Eris and lead her around.
In any case, he's small.
I'm sure that's small too. He's a child after all.
Hey, if you say it's small, you'll incite the dog. Gah ha ha ha. Just as I realized it, they are laughing at something totally unrelated. However, I am sorry to disappoint you. Recently, I have been growing favorably. Oh, I cannot. If I let them continue to laugh like this, Eris will snap again. Just as I was thinking about that, she was sneaking looks in my direction with a red face. Oh, that seems cute. Eris, what's the matter? No, nothing. Difufu. If you are interested, feel free to come peek at me while bathing tonight. What? I will give Rudeus detailed instructions to allow it to pass. Since that is the case, how about we bathe together? If that becomes the case, I might just slip a little bit, something like with my hand or my foot or my body or my tongue. Putting jokes aside, for the time being, we should move to the checking station. Just like the owner, I headed out of this place full of dignity. Eris-san, Rudeus Dodoria-san, let's go. Why do you sometimes get my name wrong? HMPH.
200 coins? Why is that expensive?
Even if I don't say it, you should understand, right? A reason why it would be expensive to bring a supered race on the boat? I get it. I understand now since I've seen how things went during the travels up until now. However, it's way too expensive. Why is it that absurd amount of money? I wouldn't know. Ask the one who decided on it. Old man, can't you guess? Huh? Oh, probably a countermeasure against terrorism. Having one transported in as a slave and then having it go wild in Millis Continent and such. That seems to be the case. I already understood that the supered race are treated like a bomb. You guys are that famed dead end, right? When you go to board the boat, they will properly investigate your race. I don't think there's any point in showing your vanity and paying the 200 small green coins here. Thankfully, the official gave us that sort of warning. In other words, even if we were to try to falsify him as a Migorid race, it would be revealed. If you try to lie about your race, is there some sort of fine?
Yeah, you'll have to pay a pretty expensive fine. According to the staff member, it seems as long as you pay money, just about anything is okay. What a money-based doctrine. After about 15 minutes, the senile staff member finally came back. We were on the 3rd floor with my friend Kurito. I remembered swearing something in my mind. Oh, come on!
Kurito felt compelled to counterbalance his parent-tearing thought. I requested plotting this stone path. It's for Terasuna.
Part 5. The sun was starting to set as we returned from the checkpoint. We returned to the inn and decided to eat. The food they brought out in the inn was a Port City seafood specialty. A shellfish about the size of a fist was the main dish for tonight. It tasted like it was covered in butter and steamed with alcohol for flavoring. It's good. Out of all the food I've eaten on the Magic Continent, this would be the best one.
This is delicious!
Ira was eating it all happily while making a mess. During this past year, she seems to have completely forgotten Asuria Realm-style table manners. Using the knife in your right hand to slice the food and then stabbing it with a fork and bringing it to your mouth. At the very least, she wasn't just picking up the food and putting it into her mouth, but there were no manners about it. If Adonaless saw this, she would probably cry. Is it my responsibility? Eris, your manners are bad.
Go. Who cares about something like manners?
Even Rudeus has better manners, although this one is also lacking some elegance. He doesn't use the knife at all and cuts the food up with just a fork. Just sliding the fork across them and the food gets cut through as if it were butter. I can feel the skills of a master. Now then, in that case, even though we're in the middle of eating, let's start today's operations meeting.
Rudeus, talking in the middle of a meal is bad manners.
Part 6. After we finished eating and our stomachs were full, we started the operations meeting. The voyage expense is 200 small green coins. It's way beyond reason.
Sorry about that. It's my fault.
Rudeus frowned. I didn't think it would cost this much myself. Honestly, I wasn't thinking too much about the toll cost. As long as we work a bit, we would quickly be able to ride it. In reality, the human race are only 5 scrap iron coins a person. Even other magic races are at best only 1 or 2 small green coins. Only supered race are such an absurdly expensive amount. Father, that's going too far. I'm not your father. I know, it's a joke. In any event, 200 small green coins, huh? It's not a normal amount of money. Even if we focus on doing A and S rank jobs in this city to earn money, it would take a number of years. It seems like the Millis continent really don't want to accept any supered race. However, it's rather troubling. It's not like we can just leave Rudeus behind here. Leave Rudeus behind. That would be the fastest way. We're already pretty experienced as adventurers at this point. I'm sure we could keep going with our journey even without Rudeus. Though I say that, obviously I have no intention of doing that. Rudeus will be with us until the end of our journey. Our friendship is eternal and indestructible, that kind of thing. Of course we won't leave you behind. Then, what do we do? In terms of methods, there are 3.
After saying that, I held up 3 fingers. Everything starts with the number 3. No matter what time it is, there's always the 3 options of continuing ahead, returning, or stopping. Oh? That's amazing. There's 3 ways? Fufun. I'll wait a bit on the explanation. I haven't thought of them yet. First off, there is the legitimate way of doing jobs to earn money and then setting off the Millis. Though that way, yeah, it will take far too much time. If we just gave it our all at earning money, it would still take us at least a year to earn it. There's a guarantee that some sort of incident will occur during that period, carelessly dropping our wallet, for example. The second, enter a labyrinth and find a magic crystal or magic items. It's quite a bit of trouble, but in just a single trip we can earn a considerable amount of money. Magic crystals sell for a high price. I can't say in specific how much that would be, but if we gave it to the official at the checkpoint, I'm sure it would be enough to allow the supered race to travel. Labyrinth, that sounds good. Let's go. No way. Why? Labyrinths are dangerous. I can't see through traps with my eye as well. Even though Rudeus's eye will react to living things, it won't work at all for traps made in a labyrinth, it seems. Even though we won't know unless we try? I was the one who suggested it, but I don't want to go either. If we proceed carefully, we could probably manage it somehow or other. But since it's me who doesn't pay enough attention to his feet, somewhere I would most likely make a fatal mistake. This is where we need to listen to Rudeus's advice. Third option, we look around this city for a smuggler. Smuggler? What's that? In places like this where people cross a border, they transport things across in return for a fee. and such examples like in our case where we're forced to pay absurd prices. Most likely, if it were a merchant, they could transport it for a lower price. Is that the case? That's the case. If that weren't the case, then each species wouldn't have a different price. Among them, there are certain articles which cost an amazing amount. For people who can't afford to have things transported publicly, there are people who will transport it for a cheaper price. Well, it's also possible there aren't any. However, if we try talking to some merchants around here, I'm sure we could find someone who would take a much lower price than 200 small green coins either way. The price set at the checkpoint is clearly strange. If we violate the rules just a bit, it shouldn't be too much retribution. No, I can't think like that. If we try to take the easy route out, there will be a pitfall. I've already learned that through experience. For the most part, I've included it as an option, but we should try to avoid doing anything bad as much as possible. For the time being, those three are all that I can think of. Legit method of collecting money. Get rich quick from a labyrinth. Ask an underground merchant. None of the options are very good. Ah, that's right, there was one more method. I could sell my staff, Arrogant Water Dragon King Aquahatia. Putting loss and gain aside, I really don't want to consider the option of selling this. It was something I received on my birthday from Eris. I've used it preciously until today. I'm sure Rudeus and Eris won't agree with me letting this go. However, this could be the best method.
Part 7. That night, I had a vision.
Buy some food from a stall, and then search alone in the back alleyways. And since I have no other means, I'll give it a try. Is it a matter of having no other means? No, well, buying food and going into a back alleyway. I already understood it was that kind of event. You understand it? Is that right? There'll be some lost child that is hungry and wandering around, right? Then they'll somehow or other get involved with a strange man, right? That's exactly right. Amazing. And after I save that child, it'll become the case that it's actually the grandchild of the shipbuilding guild head or something along those lines, right? That is something to look forward to for tomorrow. What is there to enjoy myself about it? There wasn't even a single one of those enjoyable developments up until now. Rather, hey, you. It's been a year since we last talked, you know. Look, I was just starting to feel relieved that you would never show your face before me again. Part 7. That night, I had a vision. Buy some food from a stall, and then search alone in the back alleyways. And since I have no other means, I'll give it a try. Is it a matter of having no other means? No, well, buying food and going into a back alleyway. I already understood it was that kind of event. You understand it? Is that right? There will be some lost child that is hungry and wandering around, right? Then they'll somehow or other get involved with a strange man, right? That's exactly right. Amazing. And after I save that child, it'll become the case that it's actually the grandchild of the shipbuilding guild head or something along those lines, right? That is something to look forward to for tomorrow. What is there to enjoy myself about it? There wasn't even a single one of those enjoyable developments up until now. Rather, hey, you. It's been a year since we last talked, you know. Look, I was just starting to feel relieved that you would never show your face before me again.
Well, now, didn't I get into a bit of a troublesome incident because of my advice last time? It was just a bit difficult to show my face after that. So even God has times like that. However, don't misunderstand. That was my own personal mistake. Though, incidentally, I would like you to tell me what kind of thing would have been the correct answer. Even if you say correct answer, if you had just normally interacted with the guards, they would have gotten along with Rifujin as well. Huh? Was it that sort of simple event? That's right. If you would just become allies with them, then Nokopara wouldn't have gotten his eyes on you. Really, it was outside of my expectations. Though, in my own opinion, it was pretty fun to watch. In my case, it wasn't entertaining one bit. However, thanks to that, you made it this far in just about a year, right? So you're trying to say the results are okay? The results are everything. I don't like that. Is that so? Well, it's fine. Now then, it seems like you're in a bad mood, so I'll disappear here. Wait just a moment. I would like to confirm something with you.
What is it?
Could it be that, with your advice, it will turn out better if I didn't really think about it too much?
In my opinion, it's more interesting if you gave it more thought, though.
I see now. It's that sort of thing, huh? I get it. I'll go with what you said. Next time won't be interesting at all.
Foo, 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 foo. That's something to look forward to, then.
Pause. Pause. Pause.
Then. My consciousness sank as I heard the echo flow.
Volume 4, Chapter 2, Part 1. The next day, after I received advice from the Hitogami, I bought some skewered food similar to yakitori from a stall and started wandering around back alleyways. The only thing I have on me are just these skewers. The skewers had something like scallops, mussels, and seasoned fish. Also a number of marine products, which I couldn't really figure out. Buy food from a stall. Even if you say that, he didn't really specify what kind. Therefore, I went with the easiest thing to carry. Last time I put too much thought into matters. If an amateur tries to arrange and cook something, it'll just end in failure. If I try to think about it too much, I'll get stuck not knowing what to do. This time, conversely, I'll just honestly obey and see what happens. Just as I was told, I bought some food, and now I'm just wandering around the back alleyways, mindlessly. This is role-playing. What is about to happen is nothing but a coincidental happening. No need to think about it deeply. Just obediently follow through with it. That guy prefers interesting events. The fact that I'm overthinking things is exactly what he's aiming at. If I just obediently obey, then he won't find it interesting. Just as he was told, I bought some food, and now I'm just wandering around the back alleyways, mindlessly. This is role-playing. What is about to happen is nothing but a coincidental happening. No need to think about it deeply. Just obediently follow. Just as I was thinking that and wandered around for a number of minutes, I suddenly realized, wait, isn't this going exactly as he predicted, though? I thought I had been tricked. Through his skillful art of conversation, I'm perfectly moving along with his predictions. If I think about it, I realize it's really an irritating way of speaking. It feels like you're dancing on the palms of his hand. Remember the original intention, my feelings during our first meeting. I know for a fact that I should absolutely not trust him. All right, this will be the last time I move along with his plans. This time, I'll just wait and see what happens as I go along with his advice. But next time, I will absolutely not obey. I already don't want to go along with his wishes anymore. So this is it. Part 2. Walking around in a back alley. Alone. I wondered why it needed to be alone. That should be where the truth behind this advice comes up. A development that wouldn't happen if Rudeus and Eris were here. No need to think about it too deeply. I would be happy if it was an erotic development. I'll go while hoping for something along those lines. I told Rudeus and Eris that we're acting separately for a day. Since it's Eris, it would be dangerous to go out alone, so I asked Rudeus to guard her as well. About this time, those two could be having a good time on the beach. Wait, wouldn't that be a date? Following along with my flow of thoughts, I imagined the shadow of two people on a sandy beach. No, that can't be. Calm down. It's that Eris and that Rudeus. There's no way it's that sort of sexy story. It's babysitting. Although Rudeus is strong, Eris seems to respect Rudeus as well. Recently, I've been treated as just the owner, too. No way. Why am I getting worried? It's all right, Rudeus-san? This won't become nedatory, right? It's all right after I return, you two won't become strangely close. I'm trusting in you. For the time being, I start to simulate fighting against Rudeus for the first time. I don't stand a chance in close combat. In order to get rid of him, the first thing I would need to do is move twice the distance out of his search ability with the gem on his head. Then, in order to defeat him, use water. The flow of water is a hindrance to him. In order to pay out that punishment, I need to cut him off with water. I'll create a large amount of water and then, just like that, push him down into the ocean, the end. I'll have him drift until he dies. Please don't be mistaken. I believe in Rudeus. However, how do I put it? Look, it's like that. Don't they say love is a war?
Part 3. The back alleys were peaceful. Normally, when you think of a back alley, you get the image of a gathering place for all sorts of bad people. In reality, if a child like me, who was pure, helpless, and sincere, were to walk through one, it would immediately catch the eyes of kidnappers. In this world, kidnapping is one of the most popular and profitable crimes after all. If anyone comes to abduct me, I'll crush their arms and legs, then interrogate them for information, take everything of value they have on them, then turn them over to the authorities.
Little girl, if you come with me, I'll let you eat until your stomach is full.
I heard that voice coming from the back alley. I suddenly peeked through to look. A man with a scary-looking face was pulling on the arm of a young girl sitting down against the wall. It's certainly a very easy-to-understand composition. First move wins. I prepared my staff and did modifications to my stone cannon that would put it at about the level of a jab from a pro boxer. Then fired off a rock bullet at the man's back. During this past year, I've gotten quite good at going easy like this. Ouch! After he turned around, I fired off one more. This time, it was just a bit stronger.
Bagang! A good sound came out, and the rock hit the man directly in the face, making a cracking sound. The man started to stagger about unsteadily, dragging his body, and then he fell over. He shouldn't be dead. It seems like I did a good job at holding back, putting on as refreshing and heroic tone as I could. "Are you all right, young lady?" I put on as refreshing a face as I could and held out a hand to the girl who was about to be kidnapped. Whoa.
It was a little girl dressed in a risque black leather-styled outfit, boots that come up to her knees, leather short shorts, a leather tube top, her collarbone, curveless waist, navel and thighs. All of her skin is pale, and finally her most noticeable features, voluminous and wavy violet hair and horns like a goat. I understood the moment I saw her. It's a succubus. Not only that, but a little girl. Without a doubt, she should be younger than me. Could this possibly be a reward the Hitogami is giving me for giving it my best? That guy can occasionally do some good things, it seems. No, it shouldn't be a succubus. In this world, the succubus-related species are considered a type of monster. If I remember correctly, it's a monster that inhabits the Begarito continent. I remember back to when Paul said in an unusually serious face, "Our family cannot win against them." I'm sure if I were to actually meet a succubus, I would lose to its technique and be exhausted by it. Succubus are the Greyrat family's natural enemy. Well, putting that aside, there's no monsters in the middle of the town. In other words, she is not a succubus. She should just be a child from a normal demon race wearing erotic clothing. Oh, yo, you bastard, what have you done? Look at what you have done.
The little girl was trembling all over.
This man you know?
She made an unbelievable face. What have you done? What are you going to do about this? Sort of face. Sorry about that. Was he an acquaintance? Is what I asked while tilting my head. It wasn't the sort of feeling and face a normal middle-aged man would speak to an acquainted child. How do I put it? It was the exact feeling of an aroused middle-aged lolicon. Look at this bright red face. Even after he's lost consciousness, he still has that loose smile. He may have been about to take the little girl home and feed her an extravagant meal and offer a warm bed, but in return he would have requested a hot night. That kind of feeling.
This man was going to feed this one with an empty stomach food?
I heard a loud gurgling noise from somewhere. It was a sound like the ground was rumbling. Just as that sound was about to end, the little girl's knees gave out and she fell to the ground. Oh, are you all right? Without thinking about it, I crouched down and picked her up. I wouldn't let a justified reason to touch a little girl pass me by. However, don't be mistaken. I came to save her on the orders of the Hitagami, different from that middle-aged man just now. However, some kind of strange self-play started up. Could it be that this outfit is some kind of cosplay? For the time being, eat this and get a hold of yourself. I shoved 3 of the skewers I had prepared into the mouth of the little girl. The moment they were shoved into the little girl's mouth, her eyes flew wide open. With her eyes open just like that, she kept chewing away eating the skewered food. Then she even plundered the skewers I had in my hand as well. I still had 12 pieces left on my skewer, but 10 pieces suddenly disappeared.
Oh, it's good. The first meal in a year is good.
The little girl regained her energy. She suddenly lifted her back from the ground energetically with a spring and jumped up and then stood on the ground after a single rotation. Her physical ability must be surprisingly high, it seems.
Huh? This one has been saved! Saved! You! With this one should be able to last another year!
Then at that point, the little girl's eyes finally met with mine. It was an odd set of eyes that had a mix of purple and black. I wonder if this is some sort of cosplay, too. No, there shouldn't be any contacts in existence in this world. Her eyes should have originally been like this. The little girl's right eye spun around in a circle. In that moment, the color changed to blue. That's creepy.
What is with you? Amazing! It's disgusting! What is this? What is this? It's the first time this one has seen something like this!
After seeing my face, the little girl started to say that while jumping around energetically. Yeah, it's a shock, of course. It's the first time in a while since anyone has looked at my face and called me disgusting. However, I also thought that she was creepy. I'll just call it even here.
Is it that? During the time it was in the stomach, it was a twin. Then when it was born, one half died. Is that it?
What? What is she saying? No, I don't think that is the case.
Really?
Yeah.
Still, your magic power quantity, it's above Laplace, you know.
What is higher than who?
Well, it's fine. Name yourself.
I'm Rudeus Greyrat.
All right. This one is called Kishirika Kishirisu, a.k.a. the Great Empress of the Demon Realm.
With her hands on her hips and her pelvis thrust forward, she threw out her chest with pride. Suddenly seeing thighs in front of my eyes, I reflexively licked her. It smells, but it's sweet.
Yuha! What are you doing? That's dirty!
The little girl started to glare at me as she clamped her legs together and started rubbing them. However, I see now. Great Empress of the Demon Realm, Kishirika Kishirisu. Even I've heard that name before. In the human-demon Great War, the one who lead the magic race, fought and was easily crushed, the immortal Demon Empress. I wonder if it's the real thing. I came here following the advice of that Hitogami. There is the possibility that she is the real Great Demon Empress. However, would the real Demon Empress be in this sort of place in the middle of nowhere on the magic continent, furthermore collapsing from starvation? No matter how you look at it, that can't be the case. That's right. This must be like where the children of the magic continent go around playing, pretending to be great people of the past. And the especially popular one is the demon god Laplace. For someone like me who knows the truth, he's a disgusting and evil bastard, but that guy is popular. Even though he did lose the war, he subjugated the magic continent, gathered together the demon races and brought them status, then brought about peace. The demon race's greatest man in history is how it's been told. What the children usually go around imitating is the story of Laplace. especially the episode where he fights the immortal demon king, until we came here to Windport. It was something I saw a number of times. Great Demon Empress Kishirika as well is a great being, if you can call it a great being. However, probably because it's from a much older era, I've almost never seen make-believe play of her. This child is certainly a passionate fan of the Great Demon Empress, and she has no friends to play together with, so she was playing alone in this back alley. Thinking of it that way is smart. Being alone is lonely, right? It can't be helped. I'll play along as well. W-A-W-A-Ha, please excuse me, your majesty.
I started acting out an exaggeration and bowed down on one knee, similar to a retainer. Kishirika pleased and approving.
Oh, that's good. This one has always waited for that sort of response. The young ones these days don't have any manners after all.
Yes, Kishirika started to nod happily. Yes, that's right. I'm sure you wanted someone to play along with you. Please forgive my rudeness, for I did not know that you had revived and acted in an impolite manner. It's fine. You have saved this one's life. It's fine if you ask for any one desire. Save your life? I just gave you some food when you were hungry, right? Well, I guess it's that sort of setting. If you would ask for money, then there would be an episode later where you're forced to pay it back. Then I want great riches. Idiot! This one is totally broke just as it looks. Well, although you said anything, I guess it's that sort of setting. I guess it's that sort of play. I guess you think you can keep your cover up. Then please give me half of the world. What? Half of the world, you say? That's huge. However, half-assed. Why only half? Well, since I don't really need the men. Oh, that's bad. I let out a bit of my true intentions. It's not something to tell a little girl about. I see. This one understands it now. Even though you're still young, you're a lustful one. However, sorry. To tell you the truth, this one hasn't acquired the world either, you know? Well, all the wars Kishirika led the demon races in were lost after all. Then your body is fine. Pay me back with your body. Oh, with this body? Even at that age, you're that lustful, I'm worried for your future. Of course, that was a joke.
A joke, I was about to say, when Kishirika started to put her hands on her hot pants. Really, it can't be helped. It's the first time since this one has revived. Be gentle, okay? Kishirika's cheeks started to change color, and she started to unfasten the button on her hot pants. Eh? Seriously? I just meant it as a joke, though. No, but this isn't the sort of atmosphere where you can say it's a joke. This is where I should just carefully appreciate it, as the little girl strips, then after enjoying the sensation of holding on to Her Majesty, gently reject her, is the correct way of doing things. Oh wait, this one can't do that. Don't stop, just a bit more and it could have been seen. This time, this one's fiancé is here as well. Sorry, but this one cannot offer you this body.
The pants that had been pulled down were pulled back up again. I feel like a man who has just had his pure heart played around with. All right, money is no good, the world is no good, the body is no good. Then what can you offer? Fool! When it comes to things the great demon Empress Carisha can grant one, then it's obviously demon eyes. Demon eyes, huh? Is it that sort of thing? Somehow it's kind of a different image from this world's heroes, after all. Come to think of it, one of Jolene's eyes was a demon eye, wasn't it? However, demon eyes, huh? When you say demon eyes, do you mean has the ability to see the opponent's lines of death and cutting along those to deliver them certain death? Those kind of demon eyes? Scary! What is that? This one doesn't have anything scary like that.
That doesn't seem to be the case. After that, the only other demon eyes I know of are the kind that turn your opponent into stone when you look at them, or the kind where beams come out of your eyes, eye-beam gun, or the kind where lasers come out, laser eyes. Those are probably not included as demon eyes. Kishirika, concerned questioning.
Do you really want something as dangerous as that? Do you have some sort of grudge against someone?
No, not particularly. Kishirika, lecturing.
Nothing can be born from revenge. This one has already been killed twice, but now this one doesn't hold any grudges against the opponent that killed this one. When people resent, that resentment becomes a chain. Then things like the human-demon Great War happen.
I believe we might need to brainstorm things separately. So, what about Demon Eyes of Vision? Kishirika, proud.
Then what about the Demon Eye of Seeing into the Future?
Demon Eye of Seeing into the Future? I knew that Demon Eye existed. It's pretty powerful. I can use it to teleport to Hydrea, Poltara, Barvor, Verlia, Planar. It's up to the degree that I need to. But what about Demon Eyes of Other Vision? Kishirika, Rising Pitch.
Do you mean the one from Seeing Future itself? Then the opponent takes a few more steps and attacks in a completely unrealistic direction. What about the Demon of Things Disappearing?
Demon of Things Disappearing? Wow, that sounds useful. I can't imagine fighting someone with a demon of that kind. Kishirika. I think that's the one I chose for myself. Kishirika. Informative.
It would be something like the ability to see things when they're tangible. This one is seeing things with light, but this can see through air. Like the demon of seeing things that are invisible. The demon of clouding air. All different things will be shown to this one.
I see. Okay, let's keep talking. What about the Demon Eye of Seeing in Other Vision? There's only vision left. Kishirika.
Oh, the demons here are the demons of clouding vision. It would be something like the demon of seeing things when they're transparent. This one only sees things with light, but this can see through air. Like the demon of seeing things that are invisible. The demon of clouding air. All different things will be shown to this one.
I see. Okay, let's keep talking. What about the Demon Eye of Seeing in Other Vision? There's only vision left.
All the demons here are the demons of clouding vision. It would be something like the demon of seeing things when they're transparent. This one only sees things with light, but this can see through air. Like the demon of seeing things that are invisible.
I was being preached to by the little girl. Well, it's not like I'm planning on cutting any vampires apart, so she doesn't really have to lecture me. Or rather, I don't really know much about the demon eyes. What kinds are there? This one has only just revived, so this one doesn't have any significant ones. But magic power eyes, identification eyes, X-ray eyes, clairvoyance, foresight, and absorption eyes would be ones that are famous around here. Even if you just tell me the names. Can you please explain each of them to me? Ooh, you don't know? Really now, the young ones these days don't study enough.
After saying that, Kishirika took the time to explain each of them to me in detail. Magic power eyes. They are eyes that allow you to see magic power directly. The most popular ones. 1 in 10,000 possess them. Identification eyes. When you look at something, it will show you the details of that object. However, only within things that this one knows of. Anything that this one doesn't know will be shown as something unknown to this one. X-ray eyes. If you look, you will be able to see through things like walls. Though you can't see through living beings or dense magic fields, you'll be able to see all the females naked that you want. It's just right for a lustful master. Clairvoyance. It allows you to see far away. It's difficult to control the focus point. Since you can only see and not interfere, it's not really suggested. Foresight. It's an eye that allows you to see a short distance into the future. This one is hard to adjust the focus point as well. However, it's suggested. Absorption eyes. Eyes that absorb magic power. Since they also absorb your own magic, they aren't really suggested.
Kishirika was knowledgeable about demon eyes. I wonder where she learned about these sorts of things. Maybe her parents are knowledgeable about it. Otherwise, maybe there's some kind of book called Demon Eyes Encyclopedia. Then, let's go with 2 and make both eyes demon eyes. Suddenly going with both? You are surprisingly greedy, aren't you? Here, I'll give you the last bit of meat. I passed her the last 2 pieces on the skewer, and Kishirika received it with a full-face smile. Yay, mogul mogul. However, it's fine to give you both, but this one wouldn't really suggest it. Why not? It'll trouble you if you can't see through them normally. Generally, you keep your field of vision sealed with an eye patch. If you have to cover both eyes, you won't be able to see. Oh, come to think of it, I've seen something like that from an acquaintance of mine. Glycine used one too. After all, what Glycine had should have been a demon eye. Kashirika warned him further.
If you've been alive for several hundred years, you might be able to control it. But if this one suddenly gives both eyes to a child like you, then it'll drive you mad.
I'll go mad, huh? I guess it would put some kind of burden on your brain. How frightening. All right, I'll give up on both eyes.
Then what will you do? This one suggested foresight.
Demon eyes, huh? If I could get my hands on one, which would be good? The magic power eyes seem like a bit of a waste. It seems like quite a few people already have them after all. Unexpectedly, though, they could be quite useful. I don't really need the identification eyes. I've never been troubled over not knowing about things. Moreover, it doesn't know about things that the Great Demon Empress doesn't know, it seems. I can imagine it not being useful at the times when you need it the most. I don't particularly need the X-ray vision either. Until I can learn to control it, I'd end up seeing Rudeus nude too. The clairvoyance seems like it could be useful, though for the time being, I don't really feel like I need it. If I was given it right now, I could see what's going on with Eris and Rudeus. But I'm sure the usual scene of Eris getting into a fight with someone and Rudeus going to stop it would enter my vision. Foresight is... I see. Certainly that one seems to be a good suggestion. Currently, I can't win against Rudeus or Eris in close combat. The living things in this world are fast, after all. If I could see a moment into the future, that sort of thing would be a huge advantage to me. The absorption eyes are out of the question. They would kill my advantage as a magician. Though I'm glad I was able to learn about the demon eyes like this. If all of a sudden all of my abilities were being cancelled out, I could have gone into panic and been in danger. If I think about it seriously, then all of them are dependent on how they are used. Well, anything works, really. It's just make-believe play, after all. Then I'll go with the suggestion.
Is it fine? The majority of people have gone with different ones than the ones that this one has suggested, saying what can be done if you can only see just a little bit into the future, like that.
If you can see 1 second into the future, you can control the world.
Even though I say that, the swordsmen in this world are fast. Even if you could see 1 second into the future, it's possible you won't win. There's that thing as well. Is it fine not to get the X-ray vision? You could look at all the females naked you want. She doesn't get it, this little girl. Certainly, just walking down the road, you could see beauties and young women naked all you want, and it would be exciting. However, that's exactly it. It would quickly become boring. In regards to that, the process of taking off the clothes and imagining what they'll look like when they're off is part of the enjoyment. The pochi who rises up to the top of clothes won't be able to enjoy it without being able to see the clothes, you know? I see, then I'll just borrow your face really quick. Yes. Here, ready? Kashirika suddenly stuck her fingers into my right eye. I experienced an intense pain. Ugia? AAA! Without thinking about it, I tried to run away. However, I was caught by Kashirika's hair and unable to run away. Surprisingly strong. Ouch, 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 ouch! Ga! AAA! WH, what are you doing, you brat? Shut up, will you? You're a boy, right? Endure it for a bit.
She was tampering away in my eye socket with her fingers with a grinding sensation. After a little while passed, she completely pulled it out. I've certainly lost the sight in that eye now.
This one is the Great Demon Empress Kashirika. This wouldn't give demon eyes while just playing around.
You idiot! There are things you can and cannot do even when just playing around! Oh, damn it, my eye! My eye is... Oh, I can see. Things have become doubled, but I can see. What is this? It feels disgusting.
It depends on how you control the flow of magic power in it, but you should be able to make the flow as thin as possible. Well, give it your best and train in using it.
Huh? Hey, what do you mean?
It means it depends on you.
My head hurts. I drank too much yesterday. I finished the first stage of a long job and went partying with my colleagues. We drank until morning. We drank so much that I thought the shop would run out. What's this smell? I guess I'm still drunk. My body feels so tired. What do I do with myself tomorrow? I have an order for a dangerous monster in a guild room to meet 8M. I don't want to hang out with Yamatako anymore. When is tomorrow? My head hurts. I'll go to sleep again.
Then, I have no memory. All the memories after I left the shop seem to be a bit vague. If I remember correctly, I went down one of the back roads in order to take a shortcut. That's right. Then, there was a little girl sitting down there. After talking to her, she said she was hungry. Since I was in a good mood, I invited her to my house. My wife should have prepared some breakfast. Unfortunately, my intoxication still remains, so I wouldn't have been able to eat it. If I leave the food my wife prepares, then she'll get angry. If I were to let this girl eat it, then my wife shouldn't get angry. In my head while drunk, it seemed like a great idea. Yeah, from that point on, I don't have any memory. It seems like I drank until I passed out. My wallet is still here. I haven't been stripped of my possessions. After looking at the sky, the sun is still high in the sky. Well, I am a pretty well-known person in this town after all. There shouldn't be anyone in the town who sees this scary face and doesn't realize who I am. Moreover, yesterday we finally finished a new ship. All the people around town should know about it. Of course, they should know about the first launch celebration as well. Surely, they decided to just leave me be as I was sleeping here so peacefully. Wait, isn't it already midday? This will put my wife in a bad mood. The shipbuilding guild chief Bakasu Randasu hurried down the road home with his head aching from a hangover.
Volume 4, Chapter 3, Crossing Paths, Second Part. Part 1. Demon Eyes. Normally, you would be pretty surprised if you suddenly received something like this. Why was the Demon Emperor in that sort of place? And why was I given something like this? It was such an opportunistic development that my mind did not have time to catch up. However, I was moving according to a vision from God. It should mean that this sort of development went just as he planned. When I think that, I want to gouge it out right now and crush it. It seems like it would hurt, and I'm scared, so I won't do it. For the time being, on my way back, I cursed my own naivety. I see all the people in the town, walking down the road in doubles. I have bumped into a number of people after making mistakes of not being able to tell which one was real. Seen doubles both when being blamed and when earnestly apologizing, as well as seen doubles in fights. I won the fights, but they are meaningless conflict. I want to avoid as many such fights to the best of my ability. I have no option but to urgently try to master the use of this, in other words. In other words, if I do not learn to use it, we cannot continue with our journey.
Part 2. I returned to the inn. I met the great demon emperor. After talking about that to the other two, they were quite surprised.
The great demon emperor. To think she had revived. I think the point that Rudeus was surprised about was a bit unusual. I cannot imagine that I was suddenly given demon eyes. Granting demon eyes is the great demon emperor's ability. Great demon emperor Kishirika Kishirisu, the demon emperor of resurrection. Another name is demon emperor of demon eyes. Her combat capability is not all that great, but she carries 12 types of demon eyes within her body and can see through all manner of things. Among them, the most frightening part is that she has the ability to change other people's eyes into demon eyes. Thanks to that, all of Kishirika's subordinates possess demon eyes, and she had the power to control the demon races. There were a number of demon races who became followers of Kishirika just to become stronger. I wonder why she was in this town. Well then, I would not be able to understand how a demon king or demon emperor thinks.
Rudeus shrugged while saying that. That is right, isn't it? You did not even understand the true intentions of the demon god you worked for a long time either. If I were to say that, he would probably get seriously depressed, so I did not say it out loud. Eris's eyes were sparkling after hearing the words Great Demon Emperor.
That's amazing! I want to meet her too!
Do you want to meet her? Eris and Erica, I wonder what kind of conversation they would have together. I am a little interested. Unexpectedly, they might get along well together.
I wonder if she's still in the town.
I wonder. Unexpectedly, she might be in another back alley, starving again. There was that sort of tempura joke atmosphere at the time. No, most likely that should not be the case. It felt kind of like she was searching for someone. Surely she has already left on a journey, being guided by the mechanism of some sort of bracelet or something. As expected, she shouldn't be in this town anymore. Then, since it's that sort of feeling, I'm going to seclude myself. The two of you can feel free to act as you please for the time being.
The first is the strength. It has a feeling similar to an arrow game window. In the start, the strength was at maximum, and all manner of things could be seen in doubles. I thinned this out as much as I possibly could. If I narrow down the amount of magic power in my eye, the future becomes thinner, and I can see the now.
Since it seems more convenient if it does not appear that I have it, I thinned it as much as I could so it did not bother me, then stopped it there. Then I just have to maintain this condition. If I let my focus go even just a little bit, the strength starts to change. It took 3 days until it was stable. The other one was length or otherwise distance, the distance into the future that I could see. After packing magic power into my eye, I could adjust it. The result was that the farthest I could see was roughly 1 second. Of course, if I pack more magic power into it, I can see the future beyond 2 seconds as well. I can see it, but it blurs. I can see 2 or 3 blurs. It means that the future is always undergoing changes. 3 seconds? 4 seconds? I can see that far into the future. But when you get to 5 seconds, there are several tens of future possibilities blurring together. It just means that there is that many future possibilities. And then, if I try to focus on a point too far into the future, the burden on my brain increases, it seems. Kishirika did say that if you had 2 demon eyes, you would become an invalid after all. It could be that the reason why she gives off that sort of feeling is also an effect of the demon eyes. In any case, if I want to use them safely, it is just 1 second. It took me another 3 days to understand that. Then it took me 1 more day in order to adjust both strength and distance at the same time. In other words, 1 week total. I succeeded in mastering the foresight eye. Part 4. Now then, while I was spending my time putting power into my eye and yelling, "Subside my divination eye," Eris and Rudeus were going out somewhere together every day. Eris was dripping with sweat, and Rudeus was always refreshed, but just a little bit sweaty as they returned every day.
The two of them are doing something together that makes them sweat? As well as it being every day? Then I asked, well, curious. I'd like to ask for reference, but what have you two been up to lately? Then Eris said, while wiping her sweat with a towel,
It's a secret.
That's how she responded, with a truly happy face. I wonder if they're doing something secret in secret. I wonder if it's a nice shot, hole in one. I wonder if I have no choice but to sniff Eris's sweat-stained cloth. No, it's not like I'm really worried or anything. In any case, I'm sure the two of them are just off training somewhere. Yeah, I see it. Eris is a child that puts in effort in the shadows. Even when we were in the Fedora region, on her days off, she would frequently just end up training with Ghislaine. When I would ask her what she was doing back then, just like this time she would respond with a secret. In that case, this time as well should be the same. That night, a 34-year-old Neo-looking guy was slapping my cheeks while whispering in my ear, "From today onward, your second name is Defeated Dog," in my dreams. I think it's probably that Hitogami's doing. Nothing good comes from that guy.
Part 5. 1 week later, I reported that I had finished controlling the demon eyes. Then Rudeus suggested, "In that case, have a spar with Eris and let's see. I guess we'll be confirming exactly how useful it is in close combat, or else we're going to see the results of her special training. Seeing both at once is twice as good." I accepted immediately. We moved to the beach. In front of Rudeus, we faced each other with wooden sticks we picked up around here.
I wonder if you'll be able to beat me, even if you've gotten your hands on something like demon eyes.
Today's Eris is brimming with confidence as always. Surely she's grasped something during this past week. I want to protect that winning face. I'm fine with losing. I just want to try and find out how well I can see in close combat. They're Rudeus-like words, but...
In the middle of Eris's lines, I could see a vision. Suddenly, Eris comes in to strike me from the left side. If I hadn't had the foresight, I most likely wouldn't have been able to react in time. She has a natural disposition when it comes to talent with preemptive attacks.
Huh?
Oi. I can clearly see through it, so I landed a counterstrike on the side of Eris's face. The next vision. Without flinching, Eris came into attack consecutively with the stick in her right hand. This is where Eris's strength lies. It doesn't matter what kind of attack she takes, she doesn't flinch at all and prepares to go in for the next attack. Since her legs are very steady, most attacks won't even shake her. Rather, the more damage you do, her voltmeter of anger increases and the attack strength goes up.
Ah!
I hit her forearm with a strong attack. Eris dropped her wooden stick. If it was the usual me, then I think this would be around where the match is decided. However, that's not what happened in the visions. Eris is already preparing for her next action. In other words, this is a kind of feint, dropping her sword and luring me to lower my guard.
She just came in for a punch at the tip of my jaw on the left side. Eris' specialty, Boreas Punch. Intentionally dropping her sword, waiting for an opening. It's the usual human bullet combination. Your feet are unguarded. I swiped at her legs and caused her to fall. The fist cut the sky, and Eris started to fall to the ground. However, it doesn't seem she has given up yet. While falling to the ground, she pushed off with her hands and uses the centrifugal force to turn around and come at my right leg for a bite. I moved my leg back and at the same time fell to my knees, then moved on top of Eris and sealed off her movements. Since she came to bite at me from an impossible posture, Eris's body was twisted.
That's far enough.
The referee raised his voice. Eris completely relaxed her strength. I won. I won against Eris in close combat for the first time, without magic.
Complete loss, right?
Eris looked up to me with an unusually refreshing face. I moved my leg away. Eris slowly stood up and started to brush off the dust, then came in to strike me. Pashed, I caught her fist. Then Eris's face very quickly turned to a bad mood. I'm going back! I made her angry, huh? No, that's wrong. I might have dealt a blow to her self-confidence. Until now, I was an opponent she always easily won against. Then, all of a sudden, I got stronger. Even I would feel jealous. Eris is still a child, suitable for her age. Then Rudeus continued to give orders. Eris should stay focused while locked in the room. And I should go see Rito. Once Rito had finished his preparation, we set off to deliver several beans and several bags. Eris was still moping about with the lack of training.
And all I can do is train with the stick?
Listen to the orders of Rudeus. It should help develop yourself. Rito said staying alone was beneficial. Okay, let's go. He continued delivering beans. After saying that, Ouijard turned around. He looked into my eyes and nodded.
Approving. It was a good combination.
If they had demon eyes, anyone could do that much.
Demon eyes aren't something you can master soon after you're given them. Once before, there was a supered warrior who had demon eyes. He always wore an eye patch. He couldn't control it until he died. Learning to control it in a week. You're the one that's abnormal.
I see. Right. I see. Well, in regards to controlling my magic power, I've put in quite a bit of effort to it. I did master it in a week, though. I see. So there was no one who managed to control it as fast as me. Could it be now I could even win against Ouijard-san?
Perhaps if you use magic.
What about in close combat?
Want to give it a try?
Please take care of me. Ouijard placed his spear to the side and prepared himself barehanded. I wonder if that means he doesn't need to use tools if the opponent is a stray dog.
If you want, it's fine if you use magic as well.
No, since this is the case with bare-handeds. Before I finished speaking, I saw a vision. The palm of Rudeus's hands is flying towards my face before my eyes. I can see it. I can see Rudeus's movement. I can deal with it. Oh, I started to extend my hand to catch that fist. My hand was caught. After seeing the vision, I withdrew my hand on reflex. In that instant, the vision started to blur. Rudeus's fist catches me in the face. The vision came out. Two futures. Rudeus grabbing my arm and Rudeus driving his fist into my face. I struggled to avoid it. I turned my body away and somehow or other managed to avoid it. Rudeus's fist is flying forward and hits my face. I saw the movement of that fist, seeing it very clearly. Even if I could see Rudeus's next action, I didn't manage to take any action and avoid it. Oh, I beg in pain. Rudeus's fist caught the tip of my nose. I'm down. The back of my head fell into the sand, and just like that, I rolled a single revolution. A depressing fall. Is that the end? Yes, I admit defeat. However, with this you should understand, right?
Rufujin held out his hand to me. I grabbed onto that and was helped up. I don't understand. The future suddenly blurred. What did you do? Whatever you saw. If you defend with your hand, I grab it. And if you don't, I hit. That's all I was thinking about. In other words, it's like this. If my movements are predicted, then methods to cope with it are made. Since there's a difference in ability, even if I can see 1 second ahead, there's no meaning. If I were to put it in terms of shogi, even if you could see your opponent's next move, there's no way an amateur could defeat a master. Although I've fought against opponents before who have the same demon eyes. Since that time, I've always fought while taking that into consideration. It's a difference in experience. I wonder if that's the case. I guess I was letting it get to my head a little bit.
My heart is dancing while thinking about how I can use the demon eyes from here on out. I completely saw through all of Eris's movements. In other words, if I can apply it better, I should be able to see through Rudeus's movements. Then, at that point, the bald sage with sunglasses appeared within me with a pawn sound effect.
Now you can finally check on her growth without being hit.
Oh, I see. Thank you, High Sage. Part 6. I returned to the inn with my nose flaring and found Eris holding her knees on top of the bed. That's right, I forgot. She was depressed. For the time being, the sage within me became a turtle and disappeared off to somewhere. Eris-san?
What?
Can I hold you for a bit?
By the time I thought about it, I was already doing it. I know that feeling well. It feels like everything you've worked towards up until now is being denied. It's a feeling of helplessness. Rudeus.
Eris has definitely become stronger. It's fine either way, even if you don't try to comfort me. The fact that I can't win against Rudeus, I understood that from the start.
What kind of things would be good to say? I have no stock of lines to say for times like these. Rudeus isn't returning to the room. It's a nose that he grew out, so I think he should be the one doing something about it. Please, don't lose your self-confidence. I heard you managed to land a hit on Rudeus. That's amazing, isn't it?
While saying that, I sat down next to her. Then Eris let her body weight fall onto me. I could lightly smell the scent of her sweat. It's a good smell. However, remain patient, like a gentleman here.
Rudeus is unfair. Getting your hands on demon eyes yourself, even though I gave it my best.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
What was I so happy about, I wonder? That's right. Unfair.
It's unfair. Demon eyes are by no means a power I worked hard to get my hands on. It's something that just happened to fall into my hands. I decided that. These sort of convenient tools will hinder my growth.
What's important is to raise my own personal combat power.
Part 7. That night, I thought to myself, in the end, I never got my hands on a method to cross the ocean. I wonder if I made some sort of mistake somewhere. I thought this time it would go smoothly, though. The only thing I got my hands on was just the demon eyes. I wonder if I'm supposed to do something with this. For example, gambling. Even though I say that, no such amusement as gambling exists on the magic continent. At best, it's betting on who would win in a fight between two people. Earning money like this isn't very good. We could have Rudeus participate as a champion fighter and charge an attempt fee of 1 iron coin, then the reward for winning would be 5 small green coins. Doing that might be good, but either way, he'll run out of opponents sooner or later. Humu, I don't know even after thinking about it. All that I know is that I've returned to the situation before I received the human god's advice. In some ways, you could say we wasted a week, pointlessly. We've already pointlessly wasted 1 week. All right, I'll sell it.
After saying it with my mouth, I easily made my decision. Just at a good time, Rudeus is not around tonight. Eris is sleeping on the edge of the bed with her belly button showing. Since it would be troubling if she caught a cold, I'll cover her with a blanket. There's nothing to stop me. I can do it. I thought I'd surely find a pawn shop down some back alley that's open even at this time. Shops that deal with suspicious items are the ones that open at night. I left the inn with my staff in one hand. 3 steps after I left the inn. Where are you going this late at night? Rudeus stood in my way. I was wondering where he was since he wasn't in the inn, but that doesn't seem to be the case. This guy is seriously planning to peep. I need to quickly make something up. I'm gonna go play with fire for a bit at an Irachi store? Is your staff necessary in order to hold a woman? It's gonna be used for magician play. I guess that was overdoing it after all. Do you intend to sell it? Yes. He perfectly managed to guess it, so I quickly confessed. I'll ask one more time. Do you plan to sell your staff? Well, the materials in the staff are good, so I could sell it for a high price. I'm not asking about something like that. Isn't that staff something important to you? Similar to this pendant. He took out Roxy's pendant from his chest. Yes, it's just as important. In that case, if the same thing happened again, would you sell this pendant as well? If it's necessary? Rudeus took a deep breath. I wonder if he was going to yell. I didn't think he was the type of man to raise his voice over anything other than children. But even if, for example, I was forced into a corner, I wouldn't let go of my spear. The yell didn't come. He just let out something like a sigh. That is because it's a memento of your son, right? You're wrong. It's because it's my warrior soul. Warrior soul, huh? What he says is splendid, but you can't cross the ocean with it.
There was sadness in Rudeus' eyes.
Before, you mentioned there were 3 options.
I did mention that.
In that case, there shouldn't have been an option to sell your staff among them. It wasn't, was it? I wonder if he's trying to figure out if I'm lying. No, I didn't intend to lie. Selling my staff is one of the legitimate methods. Do I still yet have to obtain your trust? Trust? You have it. In that case, why didn't you discuss it with me? I turned my eyes away in response to that question. It's because I knew he would be against it. Therefore, I didn't discuss it. In other words, you could say that as proof that I didn't trust him.
In my opinion, I've understood from seeing the current world this past year, taking on jobs, even diving into labyrinths, a huge amount of money like 200 small green coins isn't an amount you can save up.
Rudeus is speaking in an unusually realistic manner today. I wonder if he ate anything weird. You should know that. Which is why you thought of the option of finding a smuggler. I would never have considered it. However, there are no other options in order for me to travel to Milis.
That is the correct answer. Why are you going to sell your staff? The thing I'm always thinking of is just the better option. The best option is too difficult and will fail if you try to do everything perfectly. Therefore, I never know what the correct answer is. I don't think that smuggling is the correct answer. Even if it's the correct answer, if it puts a crack in the party, then there's no meaning in it. In other words, you think a crack will appear in the party if we rely on the smugglers? Yeah. Smugglers are what Rudeus would consider villains with his sense of values, after all.
Smuggling. On the list of things they transport, slaves are included as well. And then, if you were to ask what the most popular crime in this world is, it would be kidnapping. Children are easy to abduct. In other words, it means becoming an accomplice with smugglers who abduct and sell children.
Rudeus.
Yes?
This time it became like this because of me. If it was just you two, you wouldn't need to be worried over the absurd amount of 200 small green coins.
In exchange, there might have been some kind of happening on the way here, though. There was a lot of times where we were saved by Rudeus, after all.
My pride won't forgive me for allowing you to sell your staff in order to solve the issue.
Even if you say your pride won't forgive you for allowing it. Sell my staff and means will enter our hands. Pay the regulated fee and cross the ocean. No one will regret it. No one will have to endure anything. It's the #1 smart method, isn't it?
My feelings of worthlessness will remain if I sell your staff. Eris will be bothered by it as well. Isn't that what you mean by putting a crack in the party?
I kept silent. Rifujin met eyes with me. They were eyes looking straight forward. Look for a smuggler. I'll close my eyes to all their crimes. He was a serious face. Most likely, he's deciding on the resolution to overlook children who are captured on the way right now, in order for me to not have to sell my staff. For my sake. He's bending his own principles for my sake. If it happens that you come across a disgusting bastard on the way, and you can't endure it, just say it. We have enough leeway to save children. If Rifujin has that sort of resolution, then we'll have to stop them intelligently. We'll rely on smugglers and cross the ocean. However, we can't go along with what happens. If Rifujin can't endure it, we'll mercilessly betray him and save him. Villains exist only to be made use of. Then, let's go in the direction of looking for smugglers. Yeah, that is fine. I think you'll experience a number of unpleasant things throughout it. But please, take good care of me. That goes for both of us. I exchanged a strong handshake with Rifujin. Just like this, I stole the first move and won the war of love. No, I'm just joking.
Part 8. Of course I explained it to Eris the next day. She was quite surprised.
But didn't you go into the back alleyways in order to find a person to talk to for that sort of reason?
It seems she already thought the option was to look for a smuggler. Or rather, it seems she was trying to convince Rudeus during the special training. I can't win against her. Now then, since that's the case, now that the party has become one, we'll look for some smugglers.
Volume 4, Chapter 4, Part 1. It took 1 month to finish our negotiations with the smugglers. It wasn't all that difficult to find the smugglers. First, offer money to an information broker and get introduced to a middleman. Then, contact the smugglers through the middleman. And finally, wait for a response from the middleman. It then becomes a process of repeating these steps over and over again. Hand over money to the information broker, hand over money to the middleman, and hand over money to the smuggler. In no time, more than half of the money we had on hand had disappeared. My wallet is light. I want to believe that we will have enough money to at least pay for an inn on the other side of the ocean. Honestly, I feel like we could have gotten a cheaper deal if we had approached the smugglers directly. However, it seems like the smugglers move together as an organization. If you don't go through the middleman, then you can't make contact. It seems to be an intelligent way to avoid being exposed.
I don't completely understand their structure, but it seems they do get around well. Finishing all the preparations took 1 month, which made the month feel both long and short. But either way, it is fine. With that, I guess I can finally leave Tarzia. Taking 2 months to get here was miserable. I hope to cross the ocean quickly this time. However, on one evening, after returning to the inn, I was all worn out from running errands. Just then, there was a knock at my door.
Hello? Is it Radius?
It was the sound of a once familiar voice. When I opened the door, I saw Ruiger. I was relieved to lift off you. I topped the smuggler organization with the password you suggested. Oh, excellent. So, when should I leave? It was the day they would meet all of their goals and introduce me to the smuggler. It would be on the point to appoint Voyage. Oh, so we have to escape. Okay, Ruiger. I will meet you at 3 in the morning. Okay, I'll see you then. Ruiger left when the password was set. I checked the details of the plan. We would arrive at the harbor at hole 4. We would board the ship at 5, and we would leave at 6. Our pool party was Tippy Trio, Paris the Spite Rampage Pony, and myself, Rudeus. With that, I guess I will finally leave. Tarzia.
Part 2. On the specified day, late at night, when the moon wasn't out. The specified place is a certain pier near the end of the port. The surroundings are eerily quiet, and only the sound of the waves can be heard. There was a person there with a suspicious hood covering their face, and a small boat. Just as we had arranged, we will hand over the person we want smuggled in. We handed Riejerd to the smuggler. Just as it was specified, Riejerd was handcuffed behind his back. These handcuffs were purchased at the specified tool shop as well. In the case of the smugglers, all the people they transport are literally treated as slaves. The amount of money it costs to transport a slave is 5 small green coins, a uniform price. This money had already been paid, but according to the middleman, there were also some guys who request payment during the exchange. No good misers. Well then, please take good care of things. The smuggler didn't say a single thing, just nodded silently, placed Riejerd on the small boat, and put a sack over his head. The small boat had just a single boatman, but on board, there were a number of heads with sacks covering them. However, judging from their size, none of them should be children.
After confirming that Riejerd had boarded the boat, the smuggler gave a signal. The man sitting in the front of the boat started a magic incantation. Then the small boat took off into the ocean in the pitch-black night without making any sounds. I couldn't hear the incantation very well, but it seemed like it was water magic that controlled the currents and moved the boat forward. If that is the case, then I should be able to do it as well. The small ship stopped in the open sea for a bit and then moved to a larger merchant ship. There they handed over the slaves, but it seems like they will depart in the morning. Riejerd continued to face in my direction while on the small boat. Even if you put a sack on his head, he will still know my location. I'm seeing him off. Donna's floating away. No, he's not floating away. It's not like I sold him. It's just a short separation. The next day, we sold the lizard we had been depending on for the past year. It costs a tax to bring the lizard on board the ship, and people use horses in Millis Continent. The horses in this world are fast. There's no longer any reason to ride on a lizard.
It's surprisingly obedient. Did you properly train it during the journey?
Well, yeah.
The one who trained it was Riejerd. There wasn't anything specific to do, but there was certainly a master-servant relationship between Riejerd and Garaha. Surely that lizard knew who was the strongest in our party. Incidentally, it wasn't particularly attached to me and tried to bite me a number of times. Yeah, I'm a bit irritated after remembering it. As expected of the owner of Dead Silence. Since it's like this, it won't take much time to change the master. Recently, many people treat them pretty roughly, so retraining them is difficult.
That merchant is of the Lugonia race. He's got a lizard head. On the Magic Continent, lizards train lizards. It's only obvious to treat the ally who has traveled together with us preciously. Following that exchange, Garaha was seriously treated like Dona Dona. In my hand was the money received from selling my ally. After thinking that, the money looked extremely dirty. How mysterious. After all, maybe I should have stopped with the name. It will transfer my feelings. Goodbye, oh nameless lizard. I won't forget your back. Part 4. We went to board the ship after selling the lizard.
Rudeus, it's a ship! It's really big! Wow, it's swaying! What's this?
Shortly after boarding the ship, Eris started energetically running back and forth. She's already forgotten about parting with the lizard. The fact that her feelings changed direction so quickly is one of her good points. The ship is a sailboat made out of wood. It seems like it was the newest model completed just a month earlier. I heard that this trip to St. Port will be its first test as well as its maiden voyage.
However, its shape is a bit different to the one I saw before. Have you seen a boat before, Eris?
Even though it was her first time seeing the ocean.
What are you talking about? There was one in Rudeus's room, wasn't there?
Come to think of it, I do remember making something like that. How nostalgic. The thing that I started making to practice my earth magic, then the thought, I could make a figurine came up, and I started making the 1/10 scale Roxy figurine. It's been quite a while since I made a figurine. Since I didn't know when and how much magic power I would need, I avoided doing any training that consumed magic power. I only worked on my body with Rudred and Iris during their training sessions. Recently, I've slacked off quite a bit. There might be a need to train myself again after things get calmed down. I did make it from my imagination after all. It can't help that it was a bit different. Besides, this ship is supposed to be the newest model, though I didn't know what was new about it. Iris was showing strong interest in it.
Part 5. 3 days after our departure. While on board the ship, I began thinking. Ship. If you're speaking of ships, then they're a treasure trove of events. There's no way you can ride a ship without events happening. I can say that. I can declare it. For example, a dolphin jumping outside the ship. The heroine sees that and says, "Look, it's amazing." And I look and say, "My technique at night is amazing." Then the heroine says, "Amazing. Hold me." Then I say, hey, in this sort of place, what a bad little kitten you are." Then, yeah, something is a bit different. Also, if you think of ships, then you also think of attacks. Octopus, squids, serpents, pirates, or ghost ships. Getting attacked by something along those lines, and sinking, drifting away, and being stranded. The place you finally arrive at is a solitary island, where you start your shared lives together with the heroine. The heroine who starts off hating me but gradually softens up after overcoming a number of events. Then, the one main thing that they can do when they are alone, as just man and woman, the intersecting gaze. Burning passion. Young blood. Paradise for just two. Also, if you talk about being attacked by an octopus, the heroine's fate is already sealed. The 8 legs, which you can't see very well, attack and hang the heroine in mid-air. The body in agony. Chest rising to the surface. Tentacle crawling underneath. A great spectacle that makes your hands sweaty. For the time being, you can't take your eyes away.
However, reality is cruel. Eris is currently in the cabin, in front of a bucket with a pale face. Just as I was thinking about how excited she was for riding on a ship for the first time, she started to throw up on the way. Even though she was fine on a lizard, I wonder what was so bad about riding on the ship. For me, who knows nothing about motion sickness, I don't understand it. The one thing I can say is that even if the swaying is small, there is no difference for people who are experiencing seasickness. Just that. Part 6. On the 4th day, the octopus came out. Probably an octopus. When I opened my eyes, I saw a light blue-colored octopus, and it was super huge. However, it was effortlessly repelled by the S-ranking party that guarded the ship. However, were there such jobs as guarding a ship?
After thinking that, I asked a merchant nearby, and it seems like they are people who specialize in guarding ships. The party's name is. It seems they have an exclusive contract with shipbuilding guilds. But since it's them, even on this sea route, all the monsters that appear seem to be their specialty. There were no heart-thumping or exciting tentacle events. How disappointing. However, there was an upside to this. In case of a worst-case scenario, I was watching those battles from the sidelines. At the beginning, I just laughed at them for holding their noses so high. The swordsman who fought as the vanguard was strong, but not as much as Ghislaine. The warrior who received the enemy's attack and kept it preoccupied was strong, but not as much as Rudeus. The magician who stopped the octopus as a rearguard was below me. In the beginning, I was pretty disappointed. Even if you say S rank, it was only something of this level. I thought there were a lot of strong people in this world, but unexpectedly, they might not be that great. However, I suddenly changed my mind. They're an S-rank party. What I should be looking at is not their individual abilities, but their teamwork. Even if their individual ability is low, they were able to defeat that great octopus. Even if their individual ability is low, they were able to rise up to S rank. That's what's important. Each individual performs their role and provides a great power to the group. That is teamwork. It's what we, dead end, are lacking. The individual ability in is high. However, how would we do when we work as a team, I wonder? Rudeus's teamwork is outstanding. I wonder if it's because he has experience from the army, but he matches well with the group. Even if Eris or I make some kind of mistake, he's able to follow through. He's also outstanding at crowd control. Monsters are nailed on the spot from just a look at him. However, he's too strong. In reality, they're all opponents he could defeat alone. But we force him to fight together with us under the guise of a team. I won't say it's bad, but there's no mistake that it's distorted. I, for the most part, try to keep things in mind during team matches. Even though I say that, it doesn't mean that our movements will mesh well together. I get too focused on methods that deal with enemies that get close to me. We rely heavily on Rudeus when there are a large number of enemies. Eris is no good. She will honestly listen to instructions. However, she can't match her breathing together with her surroundings during battle. When the enemy is in front of her, she becomes desperate and overextends herself. It sounds good if you call it easygoing fighting, but she has never once followed after Rudeus or me, although Rudeus has no need for me to follow through with him. If we end up separated from Rudeus for some reason or another, I have no confidence in my skill to back up Eris. I have gotten my hands on demon eyes, but I only have two hands, one hand to protect myself and the other hand to protect Eris. And the extent to what I can protect with one hand is limited. I'm worried. As soon as we arrive on the other side, we have to meet up with Rudeus. Rudeus will.
Eris came up to the deck with a pale face. Her feet were staggering when she came out onto the deck of the ship, and then she started retching. It appears that she has nothing left in her stomach to throw up.
When people are suffering, why are you in this kind of place?
Sorry about that, since the ocean was beautiful.
You're cruel.
Tears appeared in one of her eyes as she embraced me. Her seasickness was severe. Part 7. On the 5th day, Eris is in the cabin feeling down as usual, and I was there, giving her my undivided attention.
My head hurts. Heal me.
Yes.
It was something I had heard from a sailor, but it seems that seasickness can be alleviated just a little with healing magic. After I gave it a try, we confirmed that Eris started feeling a little bit better. Seasickness results from contradictions in the autonomic nervous system. If you use healing magic on their head, it subsides for a while. In other words, this is what I'm doing. Even though I say that, it's not a continuous measure, nor does it make you feel all better.
Hey, am I gonna die?
It'd be pretty laughable if you died from seasickness.
I can't laugh about it.
There's no one else in the cabin, though there's also the fact that the cabins are large. It seems there aren't many people traveling from the Magic Continent to the Melis Continent. I wonder if it's because the voyage fees for magic races are more expensive than the human race, or is it because it's easier to live on the Magic Continent? I wouldn't know about those kinds of things. Eris and I are alone together, in the dark and quiet room, with Eris who no longer had the strength to resist. And during the 5 days, the only one who looked after the weakened Eris was me. At the beginning, I felt that this was okay. However, just healing is no good. Healing requires me to touch Eris's head. So that I can heal her periodically, I've been giving her a lap pillow, and while supporting her head, I use it continuously. In doing so, I start to feel a little strange. Well, using the word strange would be misleading, huh? I'll say it frankly. I start to get into an erotic mood. Please think about it for a little.
In the cabin, the normally strong Iris was now with moist eyes while wildly breathing and in a frail and weak voice.
Please, I'm begging you, so please do it.
Inside my head, I've turned down the volume of the healing part to be as low as possible. I can't see it as anything but Iris inviting me. Naturally, that wasn't the case. She was just ill. I've never experienced seasickness before, but I understand that it was painful. I was touching her. It wasn't anything erotic. However, stroking the head of a girl about your age and feeling her body heat, that was something stimulating. Though the place I was touching wasn't anything erotic, it was stimulating. Though it was only mildly stimulating, doing so over a long period of time would have been dangerous. Being touched meant touching. Touching meant being close. Being close meant that, in other words, Iris's face wet with a cold sweat and the nape of her neck and her chest, all of that was in my field of vision. Moreover, it was the exhausted and weakened Iris. Iris who would always hit me even if I accidentally touched her. Right now she was, in other words, a sitting duck. Isn't she already mine by this point? Isn't it fine to just do whatever I want to her? Those sorts of feelings were starting to sprout. Almost certainly, even if I tore off her clothes and subjected her to my lust, Iris wouldn't resist. No, she couldn't resist. With a feeble expression, with a resigned expression, and with tears trickling down her face, she would probably have no choice but to accept it. Just imagining that sort of scene places the Excalibur that is between my legs right in front of Arthur. The Arthur in my mind is shouting and pleading to me. It's shouting that right now Iris can't resist. It's shouting that this chance won't ever come again. It's shouting that right now is a chance to throw that away. However, the Merlin inside of me is telling me to endure it. You've already decided, haven't you? He tells me. You've already decided to wait until you're 15, haven't you? He tells me. You've already decided to endure until the journey ends, haven't you? He tells me. I support Merlin. However, my endurance is close to its limit.
For a moment, I thought I saw Eris's silhouette behind the steam. She was a young girl in a crown of flames. For a second, I was boundlessly in love with her. For a moment, I thought I was in love with the goddess of light. But when I saw her now on the bed, I knew for certain that she wasn't. She was, in fact, Eris of the Salavond. After all, she's lying there in all her innocence. She isn't even 12 years old yet. I didn't even notice how much she'd grown since then. After all, she's such a physical type. I couldn't have loved her as a young girl. It wasn't until now that I realized that. Holy shit, I'm actually getting harder faster. I tend to act out lasciviously, albeit only gullible and Manichilenian. For a moment, I thought I was too damn godlike. Even the Valru-faced CCC Charlemagne. But now, I'm just some warmer living man. I can feel my blood rushing to my face. Quite a few gaudy slide glands are working pretty good. I'm fully glad that I'm not patient with a body guy. But I am optimistic that I'm 100% controllable. Damn it, I'm practically thinking.
Eves is looking at me with a worried face.
Are you okay?
I'm all right. Please don't worry. We've made a promise after all.
If it's painful, then it's fine not to force yourself, you know?
By it's fine not to force yourself? Does she mean I can do whatever? Just kidding. I get it. She's wondering if I'm running out of magic power due to using healing. I get it. She trusts in me. That by no means would I lay my hands on her in this moment. And I won't betray that trust.
Rudeus Greyrat won't betray it. All right, I'll become a machine. I'll become a machine that applies healing. I'll become an emotionless robot. I won't look at anything. If I see Evis's face, I'll rampage. After thinking about that, I close my eyes. I cannot hear anything. If I listen to Iris's voice, I'll rampage. After thinking about that, I plug up my ears. I'm an unsociable person. I don't have any desires. Therefore, I won't rampage. While thinking about that, I close off my heart. However, the warmth of Iris's head and her scent, because of these two, in an instant my determination fades. I feel like my mind is about to go blank. Yeah, I can't hold on any longer. I've endured up to my limits. Iris, I'm going to the toilet for a bit.
Oh, so you needed to go to the toilet? Huh. Take your time.
Glancing back at Iris, who easily believed me, I leave the cabin. I move quickly. A place with no one around. I immediately spot one. And then, a moment of bliss. Just like that, I became a sage. However, I don't stop there. I close my sage eyes and transform stronger. I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
I returned to the cabin with a facial expression like a bodhisattva and became a healing machine.
Rudeus, did you eat something? You smell funny.
I forgot to wash my hands. Taperu-peru.
Part 5. After we got off the ship, Eris quickly regained her energy.
I never want to ride another ship!
No, we still have to ride one more to get from Millis Continent to Central Continent. Eris clearly became dejected after hearing that, but then she remembered what had happened on the boat and said in a worried expression,
Hey, when that time comes, could you use healing on me again?
It's fine, but next time I might end up doing something ecchi. I said it seriously. Really seriously. Trying to cope with that half-dead state of hers is close to torture.
Why would you say such a mean thing?
It's not mean. This is the painful truth. Understand the feelings of a dog who's had a meal put in front of him but is forced to wait. I'm desperately trying to endure because Eris is cute.
It can't be helped then. Next time it's fine if you touch. Just a little bit.
Unfortunately, it's not something that will end with just a little bit of touching. Please be resolved because it will turn into a mess.
Eva was at a loss for words. I would prefer that you didn't hold too many expectations of me. Please allow me to protect our promise. If I end up breaking our promise, then we'll both end up harboring bad feelings. For the time being, let's go. Yeah, I get it. Eva changed her mood quickly, and we started to walk towards town with high spirits. In front of our eyes was a townscape that resembled Windport. This is Saint Port, the northernmost town in Millis Continent. It's Millis Continent. We finally made it this far. But then, the path ahead is still long. Rudeus, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's forget how far the path ahead of us is. What's important now is to aim towards the next town. Now then. The time to pick up the smuggled goods is tonight. We've already finished exchanging our money on the Magic Continent, so there's no need to go to the Adventurers Guild. For starters, we need to find an inn. Then we need to rid the fatigue that accumulated during the boat trip. After that, we'll casually head off and meet up with Rudeus. Like that, we arrived on the Millis Continent.
Volume 4, Chapter 5. Port City, St. Port. It is a town that is known to look very similar to Windport, a town with many hills and slopes. The energy is focused more around the harbor than anywhere else. It is just the same in that the Adventurers Guild is closer to the port than the center of the town as well. However, there are several points in which it differs. First is that there are far more wooden buildings than in Windport. Maybe it is a counter against the sea breeze, but they are covered in colorful paint. The town has a number of streets lined up throughout,
and if you look outside the town, you can see a large forest spreading into the distance. There is a lot of green. Compared to the large amounts of white, gray, and brown in the Magic Continent, it is almost enough to blind you. With just a small difference of ocean between them, it is almost like a different world. In any case, as expected of Milas Continent. The appearances of the people walking by are quite varied, but not mixed with demon races. Instead, there are beast races, elves, dwarves, halflings, all different races that are closer to the human race in looks. Now then, in regards to looking for an inn, first we should confirm how much money we have on hand. In terms of Magic Continent's currency, it would be 2 small green coins, 18 iron coins, 5 scrap iron coins, 3 stone coins. We are carrying just that much. If we exchange that, it is 3 Milas gold coins, 7 Milas large copper coins, and 2 Milas copper coins, is how it becomes. It is a bit less than I imagined, but it seems there is a handling charge. Otherwise, if we were not involved with the guild and tried to exchange currency, more would probably have been taken. Since that is the case, this much is still within an acceptable range. It would be good if we can get an inn closer to the Adventurers Guild.
That is right. It would not be good if we cannot get any jobs.
Starting tomorrow, we will be staying here for another week and raising Dead End's reputation some more as we complete jobs. After listening to some stories, it seems the name Dead End is not very well known around Milas Continent. It seems the day when we cannot make use of our established reputation is close. While thinking that, we start to look for an inn in the vicinity of the guild. However, as mysterious as it was, all of the inns with a reasonable price had no vacancies. This is the first time it has happened. There have been a number of full inns, but never before have the majority of the inns had no rooms.
It cannot be that there is some sort of festival or something going on. After thinking that, I asked the innkeeper about it. The rainy season is going to come soon. All of the main inns are most likely already full.
That was the case. The rainy season is a special kind of weather that happens in the Great Forest on Milas Continent. For about 3 months, a great rain will continue to fall. The Great Forest will be massively flooded, and of course, you will not be able to take the highway. Since that is the case, there is a large number of customers who reserve the inns for a long period.
Normally, you would avoid coming around this area during the rainy season, is what I was thinking, but it seems a variety of monsters specific to the rainy season will flow down to the town frequently, and then the materials from those sell for a high price. Since that is the case, a large number of adventurers come to stay in this town during the season, it seems. It is a story that is of benefit to us as well. If we work hard here for 3 months to save up money, we could earn enough to cover all that we need from here on out. Also, we can sell Ruidred's name while we are at it. And then, if we have this, starting the journey through Milas Continent will be that much easier. But that is counting the chickens before they hatch. We do not really have all that much flexibility with our current budget, and we cannot find an inn. The only places that seem like they have rooms available are inns which are far more expensive or far cheaper than we normally use. We cannot spend money we do not have, so the former is no good. In terms of results, it seems we will have to live in a place with not very good guys. To be blunt, we are forced to stay in an inn in the slum district. 1 night, 3 large copper coins. Meals are separate, there are no complimentary services. It is cheap, but it is not bad for a place just to sleep. On the Magic Continent, we stayed at a number of inns far worse than this. Even though I say that, if we think about the lifestyle from the following 3 months, then it depends on our funds. It might be better to move somewhere else.
It is a decent inn. For the most part, Eris is a young lady of noble birth, but it seems she is not bothered by the age or bad service. Rather, it is almost to the point where I have complaints. In my opinion, I would like to have stayed in a bit of a better place. Rudeus is selfish. I do not want to hear that from Eris, though I cannot talk back. If I remember really, really far back, then this young lady would be covered in lice and fall into a deep sleep in a pile of straw in a stable that smelt of horse dung. She remained deep asleep even after having her chest groped. She is different from me, who still wants to sleep in a warm and soft bed even after reincarnating. Since that is the case, I cannot really speak about selfishness.
The only thing I can do is send a hot wind through the bed in order to kill any insects that might be living in it. After that, we finished cleaning up the room as well. It is not that I like things to be pretty. Honestly, I prefer them to be a bit messy. Although, in an inn like this, sometimes there are things left behind by the previous customer who stayed in it, like finding a single coin lost in the cracks between the bed, or a small ring that fell somewhere. It is not a problem if you just find money like that, right? But in regards to rings, sometimes you will find jobs in the Adventurers Guild to return them. If you find it, then they will pay money. Those sorts of jobs unrelated to rank can be completed. Generally, they are just loose change, but it seems sometimes you will get a high price. That is why I will properly clean from the start. Where are the lost items? Where are the hard-to-find things? Just joking. During that time, Eris borrowed a bucket and does some simple washing. Furthermore, we quickly finish the maintenance on our equipment. By the time everything ends, the sun is starting to set. Eris, it is about time we head off to meet up with Rudeus.
Let us go then.
Just as I was saying that, I suddenly remembered the location of this inn. It is close to the slums. The public order is bad. We once stayed in an inn in the vicinity of the slums on Magic Continent. Just as we went outside to do a job, a thief easily snuck into our room. Rudeus discovered traces at that time and then took charge of pursuit and dealt a severe punishment. But since the stolen objects were already handed over to someone else, they were never returned.
Rudeus Greyrat. The things stolen at that time were not anything important. Also, we have no intention of leaving behind anything valuable this time as well. However, it is still a good idea to take measures in crime prevention. I will go out and do it myself, so please take care of watching the house.
House sitting? Is it not okay for me to come along?
That is not the case, but since the area around here has bad public order.
It does not really matter, does it? We do not really have anything important.
How could this be? Eris's crime prevention awareness is way too low. We will be in trouble even if they just steal daily items. We do not really have all that much leeway with money. This is where I have no choice but to definitely impose crime prevention awareness onto her.
Listen well now. You don't know if your freshly washed panties could be stolen.
The only one who would steal something like that is Rudeus.
I didn't let out a goo sound. However, Eris.
I've never once stolen panties after they've been washed. Not even once, you know? Part 2. I was walking alone around the town at night. It took me 2 hours of preaching to talk Eris down. Crime prevention is really important after all. Now then, even though the time to receive him was at night, there was no specific time mentioned. It seemed like any time would be fine after sunset, and it seems like they would have continued to look after him for up to a few days as well. Although Rudeus is currently being treated as a slave, they should be looking after him at a minimum. But this past week, Rudeus might have received some cruel treatment. He's most likely not eaten anything good as well. Since that's the case, he's most likely hungry. When people are hungry, they get angry as well. If I don't hurry and go meet him, then I move to the wharf while holding Rudeus' spear in one hand. The place to receive smuggled goods, it seems the place to store them is skillfully hidden. The end of the wharf, there were 4 large warehouses made of wood lined up. I entered in one that had warehouse number 3 written on it. Inside, there was a single man minding his time as he cleaned the warehouse. He had the most common hairstyle at the end of the century, Mohican. Yo, Steve, is Jen of the Shore healthy? I said it just as the middleman told me to. After looking at me, the Mohican made a suspicious face.
What's up, boy? Is there something you need?
Well, now, I wonder if I made a mistake with the password. No, that's not it. Since I'm a child, he doesn't believe it.
Under the orders of my master, I've come to receive the cargo. After descending from the stairs, there was a damp and humid cave. The Mohican continued to move forward after setting fire to the torch. I continued to follow him while being careful not to slip. The cave continued for an hour. After we left the cave, we were in a forest. It seems like we're outside of the town. After walking a little bit further from there was a large building surrounded by a large number of different trees. It had an appearance different from a warehouse. It felt more like the villa of a rich person. That should be the safekeeping place then. I wonder if it gets attacked by monsters having this building built in the middle of the forest like this.
I think you understand this, but don't say a word about this. If you speak of it, then...
I understand.
I strongly nodded. If I were to tell anyone about this place, they would certainly seek me out and kill me. I already received that sort of explanation from the middleman over in Magic Continent. If you're going to go to the extent of making verbal promises, then you might as well just have it written in a blood contract or something, is what I was thinking. I wonder why they don't do it. Maybe there are races that don't have blood? Well, both sides probably don't want to leave behind any sort of written traces of it, limiting the amount of evidence that is created. Mohican knocked on the entrance. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, knock. There's most likely some sort of rule to this knocking method as well. After a short wait, a man with gray hair wearing butler-like clothes appeared. After looking at the Mohican and my face, he shortly said,
"Enter."
I went inside. Right in front are stairs to the second floor. On the sides are 2 halls. There are doors on both the left and right. If you were to directly describe it, it would be similar to the lobby of a mansion. At the end of the lobby, there was a round table. There were a number of not very nice-looking guys sitting there, resting their elbows on it. Somehow or other, they looked tense. Then the gray-haired butler looked down at me with a suspicious stare.
Whose referral? Dietz, in any case, to send such a young child, they must be a wary person.
The goods being dealt with are what they are, after all. That's right. Quickly take it away. I'm afraid of the danger it poses.
After saying that, the gray-haired butler took out a key ring from his chest pocket, one of which he handed to the Mohican. "It's room number 202. Mohican silently nodded and started walking. I followed along with that. The creaking sound coming from the floor and something that sounded like moans coming from somewhere. The smell of a beast occasionally wafted out from somewhere. Suddenly, there was a room that had iron bars, so I took a peek inside. Inside there was a shining magic circle. In the center of it was a large beast sprawled out and chained to it. It was dark, so I couldn't really tell, but I've never seen such a beast even on the Magic Continent.
Do you keep goods that you transfer from Millis Continent into Magic Continent here as well?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's no need to keep it hidden.
The Mohican started to descend down some stairs. Since it's 202, I thought it would be on the second floor, but it seems to be a cellar. A cellar, huh?
Upstairs is a dummy. It seems they kept things that wouldn't be trouble if they were found above ground. And then, in the cellar, they kept things that would have a heavy customs tax, or that would be a crime to possess or transport. This is it. Mohican stopped in front of a door with a plate saying 202. Sitting in there was Rifujin, with a bit of green hair starting to grow out on his head, with his hands tied up behind him. As expected, after a full week, he's starting to get a bit of a Marimo head.
Sorry for the trouble. The Mohican nodded to my words and stood at the entrance of the room. For the time being, I guess working as a lookout.
The Mohican's face was a bit pale while saying that. It seems even when in a buzz cut, the effect of the emerald green hair works. If I were to simply take off the handcuffs and then listen to what Rujard has to say, he would get even more afraid. No, I won't behave like a small man that acts arrogantly through borrowed authority. Now then, come to think of it, where was it that I left the key?
After looking around in my pockets, I couldn't find it anywhere. I might have forgotten it at the inn. It's too much of a pain, so I'll just use magic to unlock them. After I approached Rudeus, he was wearing a grim expression. After all, I wonder if it's because people get angry when they are hungry. Wait just a bit. I'll quickly fill your stomach until it's full.
Whisper. Rudeus, lend me your ear. What is it?
After I brought my face really close, the Mohican started to panic.
Hey, stop it. He'll eat you alive. It's fine. If it's Roygerd, then he would chew gently. Then, while making an appropriate comment in my heart, I brought my ear closer to Roygerd.
There are children captured.
I see.
Children of the beast race. It seems like they were forcefully abducted. I could hear their crying voices from here.
I see.
Children. Slaves, most likely. Frankly speaking, I don't really get how the slave system works in this world. What is good and what is bad, there's no distinction between them. Is it really in the slave's best interests to save them here? If it's a child who was troubled in their life and was sold by their parents, it would just be a bother to return them to their parents.
I want to save them.
Even though I say that? In regards to Roygerd, children are important. The circumstances have no relation to our traveling together. That is unfortunate for you, smugglers. To think you would abduct some children during the time Roygerd is here?
There's quite a few bodyguards within the building.
I already know.
Smugglers move as an organization. Are you against it?
Ryujerd made a face, as if he could not believe it. A face as if I had betrayed him. However, right now, the ones doing the betraying is us.
Who properly did their job? Wouldn't this be considered betrayal?
I do not mind. If it is in order to save children, I will take on the dishonor of a traitor.
The one taking on that dishonor is not just Ryujerd-san, but the supered race.
But you know?
Don't make that sort of face. I did not say we would not save them. I did say it after all. If you cannot endure, then just say it, that we have the leeway to save some children. I would not go back on those words. If you want to quickly save them, it won't be good unless we can prevent information from leaking outside.
Rudeus. After hearing my words, Rudeus made a face filled with pride. This time we will let Rudeus do as he likes. He was held locked up for a week after all. He must have quite the grudge built up. Even though I say that, if even one manages to escape, a supered race is raging if that sort of information makes it to the smuggling organization. Our names who were smuggling the supered race will be properly remembered by the smuggling organization. For customers who betray a smuggling organization, they will hire well-known assassins to send after them. A cruel death awaits those who betray, is what the middleman said.
Something of the level of assassins are not much as long as Ryujerd is here. However, it is not comfortable knowing you cannot sleep soundly. There is no guarantee Ryujerd will always be with us as well. Now then, how can we go about preventing information from leaking?
If it's about that, then you do not need to worry.
Do you have some sort of plan?
Among all the people in this building, I will not let even a single one go. It is a massacre.
As expected of Ryujerd, those are reliable words. Certainly if you wipe them all out, it solves the problem. Although I wonder if it is just a bit hasty. Are they enemies you absolutely cannot forgive?
Yeah, to the point where my insides will boil at any moment.
Ryujerd is extremely angry. What in the world have you done, smugglers?
If you see the children, you will understand.
Even if you say I will know if I see them.
There is the option of coming back to save just the children after, but...
According to the story I heard from them, they plan to put the children on a boat and move them to the magic continent tomorrow.
Then tomorrow is no good, huh? However, to massacre them... Massacring is just a bit. There should be another method. A smarter method we can use without killing.
Rest easy. It is fine if you do not dirty your hands.
Narrator dramatically paused. I stopped my movements after hearing those words. No. Ryujerd's words became a small thorn and stabbed my heart. I will do it as well? Certainly. I have avoided murder this past year. I have killed many number of monsters. I have even killed human-looking monsters. However, I have never murdered. It is also partially because I had no reason to do it, and that there were more reasons not to do it. However, it is also true that I have never even thought about killing anyone. This world is severe. It is a world where people kill each other on a daily basis. One day, I will also most likely have to kill someone. That sort of situation should happen one day. I am prepared for it. I am ready for it. I had those sort of intentions. Although, if you ask what I have to do, it is just adjusting the power on a rock bullet. In order to make sure it is not strong enough to kill a person, I lower it to a level that will not kill. In the end, it seems I have some resistance to killing people. I can say whatever I want, but I do not want to break the taboo of murder. I haven't made the resolve at all. And then, Ryujerd managed to guess this fact. That is why he especially went to the point of saying that. He is trying to save my peace of mind.
Don't make that sort of face. Your two hands exist for the purpose of protecting Eris.
Oh, well, I guess it is fine. I will not overdo it and force myself to kill anyone. For today, I will just go with borrowing his help. If Ryujerd can manage things by himself, then I will leave it to him. I am fine being incompetent. I will do the things I can do. I understand. Then I will go to release the children. Do you know where they are?
The second room away from here. There is 7.
Understood. Please gather the corpses together somewhere. Afterwards, I will burn them all at once.
Understood.
I silently removed the handcuffs on Ryujerd. Ryujerd slowly stood up while cracking his shoulders.
What? You? How did you remove the handcuffs? It is fine, since he will properly listen to what I say. Really?
After hearing my words, the Mohican made a bit of a relieved expression. I handed Ryujerd his spear. Although, that does not mean that he is not going to rampage.
Eh? The Mohican became the first victim. Ryujerd finished off the Mohican silently and ran towards the stairs without making a sound. I walked in the opposite direction. I headed towards the room where the children were captive.
Supered race! He's got no handcuffs on! Shit! He's even carrying a spear! It's a demon! Demon!
I started to hear voices from the first floor as I arrived at the door. Tonight's Ryujerd is thirsting for blood. Just joking. Or rather, the one who abducted them should have been a different person. So it is not like the smugglers are in the wrong here, right? What is bad is just their luck.
Volume 4. Chapter 6. Part 1. The room was dark. In the darkness, nude young boys and girls with worried faces were twisting their bodies. Each of them had different beast ears. 7 of them, all children. 4 young girls, 3 young boys. Their age is about the same as me. All nude, plus handcuffs, plus gags, plus animal ears or elf ears. All of them have handcuffs behind their back while curling their body up. Young girls nude with handcuffs. Impossible. I couldn't have possibly imagined that the day would come where I really get to see this. It's nowhere near a sight for sore eyes, Kanan-sama of the young days, isn't it? This is Shangri-La. No, it's heaven. I've finally arrived at heaven. Even though I haven't found something like a green baby. Then while feeling delight, I realized, excluding one, all of them have traces of tears, and a number of them have bluish-black bruises on their faces. My head cooled down. They whined and cried, and were probably hit for being loud. The time when Eris was abducted was something like that as well. In this world, in regards to abducted children, they really don't hold back. And then that unrestrained torture, Rui had heard it all from 2 rooms away. That would be the reason he can't wait. For the time being, judging from a glance, it doesn't look like there are any traces of sexual abuse. Maybe because they are still young, or because it lowers the value of the product. Either way is fine, it's a blessing within misfortune. Normally, after seeing nude young girls, I would think I'd be forgiven if I groped them once or so. However, the current me is just a bit low on lust. Just before on the boat, I did change jobs to sage after all, although my wisdom hasn't risen at all. The destitute young boys and girls. Among the girls, 3 were shedding tears, even now they're still making crying sounds. Among the boys, 2 of them are trembling in fear while looking at me, and 1 of them has fainted on the verge of death. For the time being, I cast healing on the fainted boy. Then I release his handcuffs. The gag is tied on tight. I can't get it off. There's no helping it. I'll burn it off. I might burn him a bit, but it can't be helped. He's a boy after all. He'll have to endure it. I used healing on the remaining 2 boys and released their handcuffs. You are? It was beast god language. I hesitated for a bit after suddenly being spoken to in a different language. However, I had already properly learned beast god language. While remembering my conversations with Geislan, I started to talk. I've come to save you. The 3 of you please keep a lookout at the entrance of the room. If anyone comes, please quickly tell me. The 3 of them wore worried faces. If you're boys, you should be able to do that much.
After saying that, the 3's faces tightened up and they went to the door. There wasn't ulterior motive in those words. There wasn't any sort of intention to do something to the girls after they're out of view. Rudeus is raging upstairs. Since that's the case, no one should come. However, there's that 1 in 10,000 chance. I've been using my Dooman eyes to check the situation in the room. It's set to see 1 second ahead. But I can't see behind me with it, though. It's a counterplan for surprise attacks. I moved to remove the girls' handcuffs. There's big ones and little ones. There was no ranking there. I appreciated them all equally and then removed the handcuffs. By no means did I meaninglessly touch them. I would like to think tonight's Rudeus is a gentleman. And then I used healing on bruises from being beaten. Oh, time for some fun? It's time for treatment. I can't cast healing without touching with my hand. Therefore, there's no ulterior motives. There's bruises around their chests, but I really have no ulterior motives. It's bad. This child has had her ribs broken. And then this child has had her thigh bone broken, hasn't she? Lately, I do some horrible things.
You girls used their hands to hide their bodies as they stood up. I told them to remove the gags themselves. I had the feeling that the strong-willed cat-ear girl was glaring at me heartlessly. Cat-ear girl female. You've come to save us? Thank you. I'll ask for now, but you can understand my words, right? Let's see if they can understand my beast god words. I felt relieved after all of them nodded. It seems we'll be able to properly talk to them. Now then, it doesn't look like Rudeus is done yet. I can't really bring them into a scene of massacre. I wouldn't want to leave them with some sort of weird trauma. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for just a bit longer and watch this scene. Oh, no, listen to their story. Is it fine if I ask how you ended up being brought here?
Yeah.
I asked the cat-ear girl who seemed to have the strongest willpower among them. Among the 7 of them, she was the only one who didn't have traces of crying. In exchange, her entire body was covered in bruises. Her entire body was covered in blows and bone fractures. It's not much better from Iris some time ago, but she was in the worst condition here. Number 2 was the boy I saved at the start. Just unlike the boy, the girl hadn't lost the strength from her eyes. Her will might be stronger than Iris. No, she's probably older than the Iris of that time. If they were the same age, our Iris shouldn't lose. Yeah, exactly what am I comparing here? Incidentally, this child's OP power is the second highest among all of them here. I can imagine she's been raised quite cheeky. Incidentally, the number 1 OP power is the dog-ear girl from just now. If she's already at that level at this age, then in her future she should be considerably lax. Gungso-sama, I referred to the 3 cats. What are you doing here? Iris forcefully removed her hands from the boy. His eyes have a dead streak in them. Has Iris too had that streak about her when she was saved from Karvadudov? Iris was so scared that time I realized. And now she's standing aside from a boy with clearly dead eyes. How far does she need to grow?
We were playing in the forest when all of a sudden strange men captured us, Nya.
I received a shock.
Nya. She used Nya. A real Nya. It's different from Eris's fake Nya. This child has a real beast race Nya. It's not like I'm hearing it just because it's in beast god language. She certainly just added Nya to the end of a words. Very good. I want to grope her breasts. Or not. In other words, that means all of you were forcibly abducted, right? After restraining my excitement and listening, they all nodded. That is good. If their lives were horrible and they were sold by their parents, or they couldn't live and they sold themselves, if that was the case and they were in those sorts of circumstances, then this would be an unwelcome favor from us. That's good. This is an act of mercy. That's really good. I'm really glad that our work in betraying the smugglers is going to end with only that betrayal.
I'm done. Ryabian came back. At some point, the Marimo on his head had disappeared and he had returned to a bowl head. His clothes were quite clean. It seems he didn't get hit by any blood splatter at all, as expected. Thank you for your work. We should look for their clothes. They'll catch a cold like this. Understood. Everyone, please wait for just a bit. We split up and went looking for their clothes. However, we couldn't find any sort of children's clothes. I wonder if they threw away the clothes after they stripped him at the time of abduction. For what reason? I don't really get it. The reason they would strip children naked is a mystery as well. For the time being, we found some suitable clothes among the smuggled goods. The size is too big, but they'll have to make use of this. No, these sorts of clothes might trip up their feet. We shouldn't use these. There's no clothes. How serious. If you don't have any clothes, you can't go into a clothes shop after all. Suddenly, I looked out the window and I noticed a heap of corpses. All of them had a single stab to the throat or heart. In the past, when I saw Rudeus do something like this, I thought it was frightening. But now, I feel it's reliable. However, the number is surprisingly large. The smell of blood is amazing. It seems like monsters might come. I guess I should burn them soon. After thinking that, I went outside of the building. I created a fireball before the corpses. Fireball! The size should be fine around 5-meter radius. When it comes to fire magic, when you raise the power of the heat, for some reason the size increases as well. I don't want to smell the scent of burning flesh. I'll go with burning them into ashes in a single blow. Then, because the power was just a bit too strong, a bit of the fire spread to the building. I quickly extinguished it with a water technique. How dangerous. I almost became an arsonist. Rudeus. It's done.
After I finished burning the corpses, Rudeus came out from the building, along with the children. After taking a good look at the children, they were properly wearing clothes. Rather than calling them clothes, it felt more like robes. Those clothes, where did you find them? I cut the curtains. I see. Smart. It's an old man's bag of wisdom, I guess. Part 2. We lit some torches and left through the entrance of the building, then gave one to each of the children. As for the route to town, we decided to take a different one than the one from just now. It would be a problem if another smuggler found us. That path is most likely used so they won't be attacked by monsters. It's got no relation to us. NYA. Then the cat ear girl suddenly raised her voice. NYA? 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 The voice echoed in the darkness. What's wrong? They didn't really make too much noises. After thinking that, I listened. Nia, wasn't there a dog in that building just now, NYA? The cat girl was clinging onto Royhaird's leg. Her desperation could be understood from her expression. There was.
We were hungry now. Why didn't you save it now?
Come to think of it, it was there. That was a dog, huh? It was considerably restrained.
You guys are first.
Eyes of blame gathered on Rudeus. Hey. Even though we just saved you guys, there's no reason for those eyes. I'll just say this, but the one who wanted to save you was him.
We're thankful for that, Meow. However,
If you're grateful, then please give a word of gratitude. After I said that, each of them lowered their head. That's good. They should be more grateful. I'll go back now and save it. Rudeus, you continue to lead them towards the town.
Understood. Where would it be good to lead them to?
Please wait just before you enter the town.
After saying that, I returned down the path. Where should we take them to? It's a difficult question. We have to keep it from being revealed that Rudeus was smuggled in, as well as prevent the smuggling organization from knowing Rudeus is alive, as well as finding a method to return the children to their parents. For example, how about making a job with the Adventurers Guild? We are looking after some children's well-being. We're looking for their parents. It would be fine if we could just leave the children with the Adventurers Guild. No, that's no good. If we make that grand of a job, then the smuggling organization will notice it. If you place a job, the name of the job offerer is always left after all. If they manage to arrive there, they'll eventually realize we use the smuggling organization. How about if we just leave the children with some guards and then we quickly leave town? No. Well, listening to our circumstances, they would find out about Rudeus and I. The smuggling organization would find out. Also, there's the talk that the rainy season's coming soon. Even if we leave town, we have nowhere to go. Might as well just eat the plate along with the poison. We could finish annihilating the smuggling organization. No, we don't know the scale of the opposing organization. In the first place, before that, there's the possibility they could mistake us as the kidnappers. This is just a bit. It might have been a bit rash. Might as well just blame someone. Yeah, that seems like the best option. If I write something like, Great Demon Emperor Kishelrika has arrived, on the wall or something like that, they might surprisingly believe it. Kishelrika did say to rely on her if anything happens after all. I don't like this. He moved to the room where I saw that magic circle. After I entered the room, that dog looked at me with suspicious eyes. Without waving its tail or howling at all, it was completely exhausted. That's certainly a dog. What had chained in the center of the magic circle was a puppy. I recognized it as a puppy at a glance, but the size is considerably large. It's at least 2 meters. I wonder why all the cats and dogs of this world are so large. The first time I saw it, I thought it was white, but it seems it was silver. Probably because of the light, it looks like it sparkles in the light. A silver Mame Shiba, on the large size. It's quite refined with a pretty clever face. I'm about to save you now. Ow! Then the magic circle in the prison shined a bit. It wasn't a ching sort of feeling. How would I put it? It was as if my sense of pain directly received the stimulus itself. It seems that this magic circle is some sort of barrier. If we speak about barriers, then it's a variety of healing magic. I don't understand the principle at all. For the time being, I'll circle around the surroundings of the magic circle and observe it. The magic circle's slightly lighting the room as it gives off a pale blue light. The fact that it's shining should mean that there's magic power flowing into it. If I remove the source of that magic power, then the magic circle should disappear. That's something I learned from Roxy. The typical pattern for a magic-like trap release method. If we're speaking of sources for magic power supply, then it would be a magic crystal. However, I can't see anything that looks like a magic crystal. No, it's probably just that it can't be found. It's probably hidden somewhere. Probably underground. Removing the magic crystal from under the ground with earth magic? If I forcibly remove the magic circle, I don't know what might happen. I wonder if there's some way to cleanly remove it. Hold on a second. Wait. Let's think more simply. In the first place, how would they remove the dog from this magic circle? Judging from the corpses, it didn't seem like there were any magicians among them. It should have a simple release method that even an amateur can do. Think about that. First, the location of the magic crystal. I would have put it underground. However, if it was underground, then they wouldn't be able to retrieve it. A place they can retrieve it? Also a place that you can supply magic power from? If not below, then above, I guess.
I went upstairs to the second floor of the building, the room just above the magic circle. There was a small magic circle and something like a torch made out of a tree sitting there. In the center of the torch was something I suspect to be a magic crystal. Very well. Finding it in one try is good luck. I carefully tried to pick up the torch. Then the magic circle on the ground disappeared. Then I went down to the first floor. The magic circle had disappeared. All right. The puppy shook its neck. After I got near the dog, he groaned at me and made a threatening face. Since the past, animals have never seemed to like me. It's the same as usual.
After carefully observing the situation of the puppy, it was a growl with power behind it, but it seems like there's no power in its body. It gives off a dead tired impression. I wonder if it's from hunger. No, those chains are suspicious. Approaching to look, there's some sort of pattern carved into them. For the time being, should I try removing them? Now, maybe it's dangerous? If these chains are restraining the power of the dog, then the moment I remove them, it might suddenly attack me. It's fine if it's just being bitten enough that I can still heal, but how can I do this without being bitten, I wonder? Of all things, I tried speaking to it. And then after I asked if it understood my words, the puppy tilted its head with a, whoa. If you don't bite me, I don't mind removing that collar and returning you to your owner. What will you do? After saying that in beast god language, the dog stopped growling and laid down on the ground obediently. It seems it understands words. Being in another world sure is convenient. For the time being, I'll cut the chains with magic. Then I felt power return to the dog's body. It seemed like it was going to quickly stand up and start running, but I stopped it. Wait, the collar is still left. And the dog looked at me and laid down obediently again. I'll have to try my best to remove the collar. I can't find a keyhole. Without a keyhole, how do I unlock it? Strange. Exactly how do they remove this? Was it never intended to be removed? Then, against all odds, I somehow managed to find a connecting part. It seems like it's the type you have to do very carefully, otherwise it fails. I'm about to remove it for you. Don't move. I carefully used earth magic to fill in the gap and force it open, then released the lock. There was a bing sound, and the collar came undone. All right. The puppy shook its neck. One.
And then it put its forelegs on my shoulders and with that heavy body weight pushed me over. I, who fell over unsightly, had my face licked all over. One. Oh, you can't do that, doggy. I have a wife and husband. I could try pushing aside the big ball of silver fur, but it's surprisingly heavy, as well as soft and fluffy. It's soft and fluffy. That's fine. Heavy. My chest is being crushed. It seems like it will be difficult to remove it. I can't help being licked, so I gave up. I decided to enjoy the sensation of the fur until the dog gave up. Yeah, it's fluffy. If I were to put it into the now and young terms, it would be mofo. It's soft. Are you using some softening agent? Eh? I'm not using one. Part 4. You bastard! What are you doing to Holy Beast Summer? Eh? Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly heard a yell call out. I thought it was survivors from the smuggler, so I looked up while lying down.
What was the color of the skin? Chocolate? Beast-like ears? And a tiger-like tail? Quisling? No, that's wrong. It looks a lot like her, but it's different. The muscles and the hairy parts are the same, but slightly different. The number one big part is different. The chest. There are no breasts. It's a man. The man hid his mouth with his hand. Rara pose. Oh, that's bad. He's gonna do something if I don't run. However, I can't move. Doggy, move away! I can't run away like this! The dog moved. I stood up in a panic. I started my foresight. I could see the vision. The man hit his mouth with his hand. He's not gonna do anything. Just at the moment I thought that, the man let out a howl. Oh no! An overwhelming volume. It's a volume that's several times greater than Iris's scream. I felt that it had mass as well. My eardrums are making a bing sound and vibrating. My brain is shaking. Just as I realize it, I fall to the ground. I can't stand. This is bad. I need to use healing. I can't move my hands. What is this, some kind of magic? Danger. Danger, danger, danger. I'm gonna be killed. I can't use magic. I need to focus on the magic power, but I can't.
It seems I'm saved. I feel relieved. Thank God I have the appearance of a child.
Man, what's going on?
Then another man appeared. As I thought, they look quite similar to Guicheline, but with gray hair. It's an old man.
Father, I've incapacitated one of the smugglers.
Smuggler? Isn't it a child? However, he was attacking Holy Beast-sama. He was stroking and hugging Holy Beast-sama while wearing an indecent smile. It could be possible that his age doesn't match how he looks. That was wrong. I'm 11 years old. I am absolutely not a mental age 45-year-old man. One! Then the man called Gaze knelt in front of the dog. Please forgive me, Holy Beast-sama. Normally we would have run straight to your aid, but a bit of a small problem caused us to be late. One. It can't be that Holy Beast-sama's body by this man's hands. One. Hey? You don't mind? How tolerant. I wonder if the conversation is being understood. It just sounds like wan. Gaze. There's the smell of Tona and others from downstairs. There should be no mistake that they were being held here. Then the old man said it. I wonder who Tona is. Going by their conversation, one of the beast race children, I guess.
Take this boy and return to the village. We'll listen to his story. We don't have that kind of spare time. Tomorrow the last ship will leave. Goose made a goo sound while grinding his teeth. We have no option other than to give up. It's good fortune that we at least managed to save Holy Beast-sama. Now what should we do with this guy? Take him and return to the village. He might know something. Goose nodded and took a rope off his waist and then tied my hands behind my back. Then he started carrying me on his shoulder. From behind Goose, I could see the dog toddling along, looking up in a worried way. It's all right. Don't worry. It seems these guys aren't the smugglers. They've come to save the children from just now. Therefore, as long as I talk, they'll understand. I just need to wait until they're willing to listen. Moo. After we got outside, the old man started to sniff around. There's a scent. Can you smell? The scent of blood is thick, so I can't. It's faintly there. It's Tona and the other's scent. And then one more. That magic race's scent. After hearing about that scent, Goose's expression turned grim. That magic race came here and abducted Tona and the others?
Well then, he might have unexpectedly saved them. There's no way that could be the case. It seems like somehow or other, they knew Ruhird's scent. Jess, I'll follow the scent. Take that kid and Holy Beast-sama and return to the village at once. No, I'm going as well. You have too quick of a temper. In regards to that kid, it could be possible that he isn't a smuggler. As expected of someone who is elderly, the way he thinks about things is different. That's right, I'm not a smuggler. Please listen to my defense. Even if that is the case, the fact that he was touching Holy Beast Sama with his dirty hands is no mistake. I could smell the scent of a human race's sexual arousal coming from this boy. It's unbelievable for him to be sexually aroused towards Holy Beast Sama. Pigya! That's wrong. I wasn't feeling any lust towards a dog. Just the nude and helpless young girls? No, that's dangerous as well. In that case, throw him into the prison. However, don't lay your hands on him until I return. Yes!
The old man nodded once and started to run off into the dark forest. After Gaius saw him off, he said a single line to me. You barely escaped from death. Yes, really. Now then, Holy Beast Sama, we'll be running for a bit. I'm sure you're a bit tired, but...
Part 5. Rudeus Point of View. We made it close to the town, but Rudeus hasn't come back yet. It can't be that he's lost, could it? No, if that was the case, then he would have launched magic into the sky. Then, what if there was some sort of trouble? I eliminated all of the humans in that building. However, if more troops came from a different location, they might have run into each other. I wonder if I should return and confirm right now. No, Rudeus isn't a child. Even in the case that enemies appear, he should be able to deal with them somehow or other. Since he's still young, he still has some parts that are naive, but he's not such a naive sort of man that he would let his guard down on enemy ground. Right now, Eris isn't around the surroundings. If Rudeus seriously uses magic, then he shouldn't lose to anyone. The problem is that he has some resistance against killing people. If he does a bad job of going easy, the probability that he could be killed in return is high. I shouldn't need to worry about Rudeus. However, I'm in trouble. If I take the children like this and bring them into town, I have a premonition that only bad things will happen. Similar things have happened a number of times. Save a child from a slave dealer, then bring them to a town, then they come to the misunderstanding that I was the one who abducted them. Right now my hair is shaved and I'm hiding my third eye, however I'm a poor speaker. If the guards were to call out to me, I don't have the confidence I could explain it well. If I just leave them behind in the town, like usual, someone from the town should usually do something. No, if I do that, then I don't know what Rudeus will say.
Michel. Apologetic. Yeah, older brother. Sorry about before, yeah. While I was worrying, one of the young girls came up and tapped on my thigh. The other children as well looked quite apologetic. Just by seeing that, I feel like I'm being saved.
Don't mind it.
In any case, it's been quite a while since I last used Beast God language. I wonder when exactly it was that I last used it. I learned it during the Laplace campaign, though I don't remember using it very much. The Holy Beast Sama is our family symbol, nya, after all. We can't just afford to leave it in that place, nya.
I see. Even though it was something I didn't know. I'm sorry about that.
After saying that, the girl laughed a bit and smiled. After all, it's nice when children aren't afraid.
Moo.
Then, at that moment, my eye captured the presence of something approaching rapidly. It's a pretty strong and fast presence. It's coming from the direction of the building. One of their allies? He's quite skilled. It can't be. Was Rudeus defeated?
Stand back. Maisel.
Aw! Grandfather, nya?
The cat girl raised her voice and rushed over to the old warrior. What does she mean, grandfather? What is this?
Gustav Duderudia. That is an unusual spear.
With that tone, he leaned in closer. Why is he so curious? What did you tell me, guys? Maisel.
Yeah, I found 4 wild beasts, nya. They came after me, nya. I had to wander away, nya. Over there, nya.
Maisel.
Yeah, I found 4 wild beasts, nya. They came after me, nya. I had to wander away, nya. Over there, nya.
She pointed to where the 3 guards were. Oh, definitely not good. Oh no. What's he standing so still for? What did you guys tell me? What happened? What should I do? Jaman. I take my spear. Good. Let's see. Toshin. I concentrate. Toshin start. Oh no! I concentrate. Toshin start. Oh no.
I can't target. Jesus. I have no idea what's happening. I can't target. I can't target. I stuck this piece of shit in trouble already. I try to stay vigilant. I need to concentrate. I need to give a warning. I need to trigger. I don't get it. Why is this old man getting up on me? He looks like a warrior. I need to concentrate. I just want to relax. I just don't want to... Oh, yes. I just want to relax. I just don't want to... Oh, yes. I have to stay vigilant. 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 I have to stay vigilant.
Tona, you were all right. The old warrior caught the girl who jumped at him and made a relieved expression. After seeing that, I lowered my spear. It seems this warrior had come to save the abducted children. I'm sorry for suspecting he was someone who can't hold a wind towards warriors. He's a man with great pride. The dog-ear seemed to be an acquaintance as well, so she too rushed over. Wham! Terusena is all right as well, huh? That's great.
Micho, over there, saved us.
The old warrior lowered his sword and bowed his head in my direction. However, it seems he's still alert. Naturally.
It looks like you saved my granddaughter. Yeah. What's your name? Ruijerd. Ruijerd Superior. I hesitated a bit to answer that part. If they know I'm of the super deed race, they will be vigilant. Ruijerd, huh? I am Gustav de Dorudia. I will surely repay this gratitude. For starters, we must return the children to their parents. That's right. However, it's dangerous for the children to move at night. I'd like to hear more details about the story. After the old warrior said that, we soon started walking towards the town. Wait. What's wrong? Did you go into the building? I started to feel depressed because it was filled with nothing but blood. Was there no one there? There was one remaining. It seemed like a man who was pretending to be a child. I heard he was stroking Holy Beast Sama with an indecent smile. It's Rudeus, is what I understood intuitively. Those kinds of smiles occasionally appear on that guy. That is one of my allies.
Rox, how could that be? It can't be that you killed him. Even if it was a misunderstanding. If they killed Rudeus, then I would carry out revenge. Though before that, I would see that the children are returned to their parents. Eris as well. That's right. Then Eris would be alone. I'm worried. I can't make my identity known due to some circumstances. I'd like you to take over charge of returning these children to their parents.
I understand. Gustav nodded, and we started to head towards the town.
Volume 4, Chapter 7, Part 1. Hello everybody, this is Hickey Meet Rudeus. Today I'm covering the recently popular no-cost apartment, Deposit 0, Rent 0. One room that includes 2 meals and an afternoon nap, constructed from a very warm timber material. The exposure from the sun is just a little bit bad, and the bed, a straw product, has a small insect problem. But even so, this price is just far too cheap. It is 0 rent after all. The toilet is the latest pot model. It's the popular new self-service type. After the excretions build up in the pot, you then throw it out through the hole in the corner of the room. Since there's no running water, there might a little bit of a sanitation problem. But with magic, there is no problem at all. Especially if you're a magician such as myself who can create boiling water, you could consider the problem all but solved. 2 meals a day. Modern-age people may feel this is a little bit unsatisfying. Nevertheless, these meals are quite good. Fruits and vegetables fresh from nature as well as meat. Meals that make use of the ingredients' natural flavors with very little seasoning. It's cooking that would make anyone in the Magic Continent lick their lips. Now, the hottest feature of this apartment, if I had to put it, it's the absolutely safe security structure. Just take a look at these completely sturdy iron bars. No matter if you bang or attempt to pull them out, they won't budge an inch. Though using magic to open the lock is a bit of a blind spot. There will surely be no thieves out there who would be willing to enter after seeing these reliable iron bars. However, criminals will still come in. It's a prison after all.
Part 2. I was gradually carried in through the dark forest, unable to move at all on Guess's back, just carried. In the darkness, the trees flowed by at a frightening speed. In my field of vision, I could tell a ball of silver fur was keeping up with us. It's still just a puppy, but it seems to have quite a bit of strength. We had already been traveling for 2 or 3 hours. The beast race warrior Guess had been running for quite a long time. Then he stopped when we had arrived somewhere.
Please return to your house, Holy Beast Sama.
1! The silver ball of fur let out a single reply and then disappeared off into the darkness. Only able to move my eyes, I scanned the surroundings. In a dense area of trees, it seemed like there were very few people around. However, above the trees, I saw lights all over the place.
After walking a bit more, Geese approached a single tree. He started to climb a ladder somewhere with me still on his shoulder. It seems I'm being carried up the tree. We entered a building, a small desolate hut made of wood. There, Geese stripped me of all my clothes. What in the world is he going to do to me while I can't move? Then, the moment I thought of that, I was grabbed by my neck and thrown somewhere. A little bit later, I heard the sound of a metal gate creaking and then slamming shut.
Then GS was gone, with no explanation at all. No interrogation either. A short while later, I was finally able to move my body and created a small fire with my fingers to confirm my surroundings. After seeing the solid iron bars, I understood that this was a prison. I was thrown into a prison. That is fine. I understood that from the flow of the conversation. I was mistaken as one of the smugglers. Therefore, there is no need to panic. This misunderstanding will be solved soon. However, why was I stripped of all my clothes? Come to think of it, all the children in that prison were nude as well. I wonder if it's that sort of culture. If beast race people are forced naked, it is probably humiliation. No, it's not specifically limited to the beast race that would be ashamed of being forced naked. Since ancient times, it's been common to break the hearts of prisoners by stripping them nude. This is a fantasy world, but in my reading preferences, female knights are always stripped when they're imprisoned. There's common points in all worlds, it seems. In the darkness, I began to think. For the time being, I'll have to talk to them tomorrow. There's no real problem, even in the case that they aren't willing to accept it. After I was captured, it seemed like that older warrior went after Rifujin. Since that's the case, he should have been able to meet up with the children again. Rifujin is easy to misunderstand, but there should be no hostility towards a warrior who has come to save the children. After the children are shown to have been saved, the misunderstanding that I was a smuggler will be resolved. In any case, I'm safe for now. The older warrior specifically said not to do any tortures or interrogations until he returned. Therefore, I'm safe. There probably won't be any random tentacles coming out to attack me. Right? Part 3. While I was thinking about that, a full day had already passed. Time passes by quickly. On the morning of the first day I was thrown into the prison, a guard showed up. It was a female. She was wearing clothes that looked to be of a warrior, but she was more slender than Ghislaine. However, her chest was huge. This is a false charge. I didn't do anything.
I tried to explain that I was unrelated to the smuggling organization, and by coincidence learned that the children were being held in that building and went to save them. However, the guard wasn't willing to listen to a thing I was saying. She filled a bucket with water and then threw it all over me. It was cold water. She was looking down on me as if I were trash as I was standing in front of her like a wet rat. Pervert! I experienced a shiver running down my back. I thought it was some amazing torture, that they would strip me naked, have this beautiful bestier One-san watch over me, and even throw cold water at and insult me. My heart might really break. These guys have no intention of listening to what the old warrior said. I wonder what is going to happen to me. Ku, God, Roxy, please grant me your holy protection. No, Hitagami, it's fine if you stay out of this. Putting aside the jokes, I would really like something to wear. There's too much freedom in this form, and it feels like I'm forgetting the common sense of people. For the time being, I'll use the fire magic burning place to warm my body up before I catch a cold.
Part 4. The second day. Rudeus reflected mentally in fear. Rudeus hasn't come to save me. After spending my second day naked, I'm starting to feel a bit worried. I wonder if something happened with Rudeus. Maybe there was a battle with that old warrior. Otherwise, maybe things got even more complicated with the smugglers. Another possibility could be that something happened to Eris and he ran off to deal with it. I'm worried. Very worried. Well, since that's the case, it's time to look into methods of escaping. After the meal in the early afternoon, I silently used magic. If you mix fire and wind, you can create a comfortable breeze. Now, the entire room was warm and comfortable. Gradually, the guard started to doze off and finally fell asleep. Too easy. I undid the lock on the iron bars and headed outside to check things out. After confirming that there was no one around, I left the building. There, an illusionary scenery spread out before me. There was a town built on the tops of the trees. All of the buildings were at the tops of trees, and they were connected with a number of bridges. There were bridges from each and every tree, so you could get anywhere in the village without having to descend from the trees. There was nothing in specific on the ground below. It seemed like there were traces of a simple building and fields, but no signs they were in use. The ground is not a necessity in their life, it seems. There weren't all that many people. I could see beast race-looking people walking all around across the bridges and between trees. If I were to cross the bridge on the top of the tree, I would be able to see everything, but I would also be fully seen from below. And in my case, in all sorts of meanings, I would be fully seen. It seems that it would be difficult to escape without being found. Although, even if I'm found, I could still run away. If I don't bother trying to think of what comes after and just set fire to some trees, I could make use of the chaos to escape into some trees somewhere. However, it's a forest. I don't know the way. Geese was running at quite a high speed. There should be a fair amount of distance to the town. If I ran with everything I have in a straight line, it would probably take around 6 hours. Even worse if I got lost. There's also the possibility of creating a high tower from Earth with magic and then confirming from place to place. However, if I did something that stands out as much as that, then my pursuers, led by Geese, would quickly catch up. I still don't know the true identity of the magic he used to capture me. If I can't think of any sort of countermeasures for it, then it's possible I could lose if we fight again. Then he might cut my legs off or something so I can't run away next time. It's probably a good idea to wait a bit longer for the situation to change. It's still only the second day. It seems like the old warrior still hasn't returned yet. They could still be returning the children to their parents along with Rudeus. There's no reason to be hasty. After coming to that conclusion, I returned to the prison.
Part 5. The third day. The meals I get from the guard are delicious. As expected, a place with lots of natural ingredients is different. It's in another league from the magic continent. It's generally some kind of grass-based soup and preserved meat that's been fried, but both are quite good. I wonder if it's because I had gotten used to the meals on the magic continent. Since this is what they're offering someone they'd throw into prison, the people here must surely be eating something really good. For the time being, I tried to praise the guard for the food and ended up being brought seconds. Judging by the response, it seems that it could have been made by this person. Nevertheless, she still wouldn't listen to what I'm saying. Part 6. The fourth day. I'm bored. There's nothing to do. It would be fine if I could just use magic to do something. But if I stand out too much, they might try to gag or handcuff me.
I haven't done anything like that so far, but there's no reason to risk putting myself into an even more inconvenient situation. Part 7. The 5th day. I got a roommate. Just when I was thinking it was pretty noisy outside, a man that looked like an adventurer ended up being thrown into the prison with me.
With 2 branny beast race men holding on to each of his arms, he was carried in and kicked into the cell.
Oh, damn it! Treat me with a bit more care here!
The beast race men ignored the shouting man and left outside. The man slowly turned around while rubbing, where he kicked on the ass. I greeted him in a pose similar to Buddha in Nirvana. Obviously, while completely nude. The man stood there watching me with his mouth hanging open. It was an adventurer-like man. His entire body was covered with black garments, and around the joints were protectors made of some kind of fur. Naturally, because of this flow of events, he wasn't holding any sort of weapon. After staring for a long time, I noticed his face was something like a monkey. Although saying it's a monkey-like face isn't some sort of metaphor. He was from a demon race, after all. What's up, newbie? Is there something strange? No. How do I put this? The man was looking at me with a face full of confusion. Don't stare at me so much. It's embarrassing, isn't it?
Although you're naked, it seems you're quite full of yourself. Hey, newbie, be careful with your words. I've been in here longer than you. In other words, I'm your prison senpai. Show some respect.
Okay.
Respond with yes. Yes. Why am I talking to a man I've met for the first time in such an arrogant way? It's because I'm bored. Unfortunately, there are no cushions. Just take a seat somewhere around there. Yes. Then, newbie, how did you end up getting locked away? I was using a rude tone to talk to him, even though I was clearly younger. Calling him newbie, I thought he would get angry. Instead, he started to answer my question with a dumbfounded face. How do I put it? My cheating was exposed. I see. Gambling, huh? Rock, paper, scissors? Steel frame wouldn't pass? What the hell is that? It was the dice. Dice, huh? I'm sure without a doubt he was using dice that only come up with 4, 5, or 6. What a boring crime to be held on. What was your crime? Can't tell by looking? Obscenity charges.
What the hell is that? I was hugging a nude silver-furred puppy, and they ended up throwing me in here is what it means. I was becoming a rumor. The holy beast of Dodordia was attacked by a sex beast. It seems like there's a guy who can put things together well. Although that was a false charge. Well, seems like there's no choice but to make a request of this guy. Then, newbie, your name is? It's Gisu. Are you a colonel?
Colonel? No, an adventurer for the most part. Gisu. Now then, I have the feeling I've heard something like that somewhere. Where was it? I can't remember. Well, there are names similar to it all over the place. I'm Rudeus. Younger than you, but I'm your prison senpai. Yeah. After shrugging his shoulders, Gisu fell to the ground in place, laid back and faced upwards. Rudeus. Sounds like something I've heard somewhere. It's a name you could hear all over the place. No doubt about that. We were now both lined up similar to Buddha and Nirvana, although one of us was completely nude. It's a strange situation. The most important person in this prison, me, is nude, while some newbie is wearing clothes. Isn't that strange? Hey, newbie. What's up, senpai? That vest. That looks warm. Hand it over. Huh? Gisu made a frankly reluctant face, but still took off the fur vest and threw it to me. He's surprisingly an easy person to get along with. Oh, thank you very much.
So you can give thanks, I see. Of course. I've been in freedom style for a number of days after all. It feels like I've been reincarnated as a human for the first time in a while. Stop with the respectful talk, senpai. Thus, I ended up with an appearance similar to a nose-running brat from the Edo period. The guard made a bit of an irritated face, but didn't say anything in specific. I can feel the newbie's warmth coming from this vest. Hey, you aren't going to tell me that you go for men as well or something, are you? There's no way that's the case.
If it's a girl and the minimum age is 12, up to the maximum of 40, I can do it. It's impossible unless it's a boy who has the face and appearance of a girl. It's fine as long as they have the face of a woman? Gisu was making an unbelievable face. However, I'm sure in this guy's case, if a girl who matched his tastes perfectly suddenly turned into Arthur pulling Excalibur, he would be fine with becoming Merlin, in a sexual meaning. By the way, newbie, I have a bit of something I want to ask. What is it? Where is this? The Great Forest, a prison in the Dedidoria race village.
Where's the answer to that? Who am I? A nude pervert who would put his hands on a puppy, Rudeus. No, I'm not nude anymore. Also, it was a false charge. I'm not a pervert.
Then, for what reason would a demon race person like you have been gambling in Dorodia village? One of my old acquaintances is of the Dorodia race, so I thought they might be here and came for a visit. Were they here? They weren't here. They weren't here, but you still gambled? Still cheated? I didn't think it would be exposed, though. There's no hope for this guy. However, he could be useful. Newbie, can you do anything other than cheat? I can do anything. Oh, for example, beating down a dragon with your bare fists? No, that kind of thing is impossible. I'm weak in fights. For example, taking on 100 women at the same time? I'm fine with just one woman, at most 2 at the same time. Finally, I lowered my voice so the guard couldn't hear it, and said it clearly. For example, escaping from here and running until we reach town?
After saying that, Gisu lifted up his face, looked at the guard, and started scratching his head. Then he brought his face close, whispering, "Do you intend to make a run for it?" If my allies don't come... sorry. How do I put it? That's too bad. Hey, stop! If you put it like that, it's almost as if I've been thrown away. Ryujin wouldn't throw me away. I'm sure right now there's some sort of crazy situation going on. They're waiting for me to save them.
Run away alone. I'm unrelated. I would get lost. I don't know the way to the town. How did you manage to get here? I was saving some children from smugglers. Saving? While doing that, I went to remove the collar from a puppy, when all of a sudden a beast race man appeared and yelled that I was unable to move and captured. And he made a face like he didn't really get it while scratching his head. Maybe it was a bit of an unsatisfactory explanation. And it's that? False charges? It's false charges. I see. That would make you want to run. Indeed, that is the case. Please lend me your power. Not for happening. Why do I have to lend you my power? I'll be able to get out of here soon, unlike you. Even if you ask me why, didn't I just say it? I don't know the way back. I would be preferred to be pardoned from the fate of wandering a forest until I die. I'm almost completely nude, too. Well, if it's false charges, then it's probably fine. They'll understand eventually. It would be good if that's the case. If you were to ask me, that gaze person seemed like the type that doesn't listen. However, it is a fact that I saved the children. After the children return, naturally I'll be cleared of the false charges. And I'll wait for a bit longer. Do just that. Nothing good would come from making a run for it. After saying that, Gisu fell down to lay on the ground again. If this guy is going to say that I'll wait for a bit longer, fortunately, I still have some room left for leisure. It's not as if I couldn't just turn this entire area into a sea of fire and make a run for it in the end. I feel bad for those of the Dedidoria race, but they were the ones who caught me on false charges. It's mutual responsibility. I think it could just be a case of them taking a rather long time to find the parents of the children.
Part 15. With the testimony of the 2 girls, I was released. The misunderstanding and false charges were quickly resolved after that. Incidentally, Gisu still had to remain in the prison for a bit longer, it seems.
Part 2. It seems like the kidnapping incident this time was rather a special case. It was a large-scale abduction plan orchestrated by a smuggling organization. They came up with a plan to abduct the Holy Beast, guardian of Dordia.
I don't know why they would want to abduct something like that. However, the holy beast is supposedly a special kind of animal, so there are a number of those who want to get their hands on it. Well, it's difficult to just abduct the holy beast under normal circumstances. However, the robbers came up with a plan to abduct it early in the rainy season. They hoped the rainy season would continue for 3 months straight. Since that's the case, all of the villagers will be busy in preparation. The warriors can hunt on any day of the week, but they can only search after dawn. Therefore, it's difficult to keep a constant eye out. The abductors made a plan to abduct it in the middle of the night and use all that rain and heavy fog to hide their tracks. However, those people who live in the Great Forest have pretty good noses. Even the robbers are forest dwellers. They have all heard stories of how vengeful the warriors are. They had a plan to take the rainy season by surprise. They knew the warriors couldn't search for him in the rain. They would take the holy beast ahead of the rainy season and send him to Flandria by ship. Since the rainy season comes step by step, they had planned to infiltrate the forest for months in advance. Turns out they were good planners, but they didn't calculate on the fact that Rudeus and Eris would be there. I was cheat. I was such a cheat.
All of the village warriors will have their hands full. Also, it's not possible to go out on a ship during the rainy season. In other words, if you abduct the holy beast right before the rainy season, then transport it to the magic continent, the warriors will not be able to catch up in time and you can perfectly escape. Of course, the beast race were being vigilant for that. The adults all warned the children not to go outside while preparing for the rainy season. Needless to say, they also told it to the holy beast that was being protected. That's why the smuggling organization went a step further with their plan. First, they hired all the local child kidnappers and waited for the right timing. Then, at a specific time, attacked all the locations at once and abducted children right and left at the same time. The warriors were in a panic. Just when they were starting to ease up because the abduction seemed low this year, children from villages all over the place were abducted at once.
Even more so, the smuggling organization had hired armed forces beforehand to attack the villages at the same time. There was no damage to the Dorodia village at this time. The warriors of the Dorodia village received requests for aid, split up, and went out to defend the surrounding villages. Then when the guards for the Dorodia village were thinned out, the smuggling organization launched an attack on the Dorodia village with elite forces. They succeeded in abducting not only the village chief's granddaughter, but also the holy beast. Cause incidents all over the place, then attack the primary target, a lightning-fast plan. The armed forces attack, the abduction of the children, as well as the abduction of the holy beast. Since it was like that, no matter how skilled the beast race warriors were, they wouldn't have enough forces to cover it. Geese and Gustav first gave up on the children. They gathered together the warriors and went to set up the defense lines of the village. Then they went off to search for the holy beast themselves. It just means that the holy beast is that much of a special existence to the village, it seems.
The team of adventurers first attacked one of the ships and checked the blind spots. They found one of the contractors. They threw him overboard and forced him to admit to his crime. Beast race men were savage like that. Of course, they were doing something similar to adventurers. During the war, the beast race Anglo-Saxons were forced to sacrifice themselves, and they were also prone to the war path. From the weeks that I spent living here, I guess I could understand that. While they were leaving, 2 scarred guys who were all hiding were shot out with arrows, and the adventurers of the race of horse turned into warriors. The beast race men came back to the ship, and man did they ever fight. Female warriors were overjoyed. They were heaving fire and cutting them down with swords. They were able to win the easy criminals faster than the Mori and Kava brothers. Finally, they found a ship. Yeste Dorodoria, I presume to be the leader of the Adventurers Guild Conference. He summoned a beast, and thousands of hearts must have exploded and shot. I admire him. When he found the remainder of the guild, the remainder were given an order to kill them. I turned to interrogation. Ruijerd said that next they wanted to attack the ship. I'm looking at the female warriors. I can see that they did it. I came to report to you. However,
I couldn't say too much. Now, what did you think of the talk? I needed to be more careful. For what I gathered, I finally managed to grasp the situation. However, I should have warned him. Oh, you bogarts. However, I have done my best. As were all three of us, I could only manage to wait. Having watched him, I was disappointed to think. Why did he say it was enough already? Oh, I mean enough already. Do you think you heard, bogarts? I wanted to go back. Why did he tell me to rest? I was already being carried out. I couldn't even gain the language. Why did he tell me to rest? However, I told him not to rest. I wanted to go back. Why did he tell me to rest? I was already being carried out. I couldn't even gain the language. Why did he tell me to rest? However, I told him not to rest. I wanted to go back. Why did he tell me to rest? I was already being carried out. I couldn't even...
Speaking of Eris, she was also taking part in this plan, supposedly as the escort for the children. With a full-faced smile, of course. This must be the Greyrat's blood as well. Well then, the attack of Rejerd and the others succeeded. Tragically, the smuggling organization's ship was discovered, and all of their members were half killed and captured. From within the ship, abducted children just kept coming out one after another. There were supposedly around 50 of them. Well then, the children were saved. Happy ending. Not quite what happened. Since they had just attacked the last ship departing before the rainy season, the St. Port officials came out. Obviously, Gustav and Gase protested against them. The beast race abductions. Slavery was taboo between the Great Forest Patriarchs and the Holy Millis Kingdom. They only tried to prevent that, so it would be strange for them to take the blame. The St. Port officials were taken aback with this. They would have been fine with at least a bit of a notice beforehand. However, the attack was just barely in time to catch the departure of the ship. There was no leisure time to explain. As well as the fact that there were 50 people, 50 children. It wasn't just 5 or 10. There were 1 or 2 children abducted from villages all over the place. St. Port hadn't caught on to this at all. Even more so, the officials were taking bribes and looking the other way. This was a violation of the treaty. If they left things as they were, a large crack would have been made between the beast race and the Holy Millis Kingdom. In the worst case, it could have been war. The talk even made it up to that level. In the end, the St. Port side withdrew. In regards to the beast race, a considerable amount of compensation was paid. Those negotiations and returning the abducted children back to their parents took roughly a full week. That was why I was put off and left neglected for a full week. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Oh well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Though, you know, the base race people are full of gratitude and in rapture with Rudeus. Eris is surrounded by the children of the base race and full of smiles. I was in a prison together with a monkey-faced man experiencing a life of freedom. It's not something I can accept. Rather, they could have just let me out of the prison midway through and it would have been fine. Part 3. I was clearly displeased, and Gaze apologized. What did I say? I was being treated with profound respect. It was the beast race's version of prostrating oneself. Gaze was facing up to me as he showed his stomach. I thought I was being made fun of at first, even though his stomach was seen, but Gaze's tone was desperate. He couldn't imagine that his daughter was just saved, nor that the seals on the Holy Beast Sama had been removed, and that he just stripped that saver naked and threw cold water on him.
And then halfway through that, he forgot about it and focused on other matters. No matter what he does, it's not something that could be forgiven. There was no option left but to offer his neck, is what I was told. However, he wanted me to forgive the watchguard. She was just doing her own job as she was told. Since she is going to get married after the rainy season is over, while it's fine to seek punishment, he doesn't want me to do anything in retribution that would humiliate her. If that becomes the case, then there would be remaining evil intent. To put it frankly, I was totally put off. If you go that far with the reverse prostration in front of everyone, it will just cause me problems. Also, if you show me that tightly chiseled six-pack, it will just make me jealous as well. Rather than that, what about the Oni-san guard? No, never mind. Everything started from a misunderstanding. Well, I'm not really bothered about it. Here is the time to be forgiving. It's Rudeus. I'm an adult after all. I'll show my dignity. That's right, the one in the wrong is the smuggling organization. And that smuggling organization has been wiped out. It's a happy end. I suffered and you all suffered as well. It's fine like that. I have nothing to say beyond that. My life in the prison was somewhat fun. The food was good and Gisu was there. The Oni-san in charge of me was beautiful as well. As the village leader, I'm also grateful for your great tolerance and heart. After seeing my response, the old warrior called Gustav said that arrogantly. Gisu was fine, but wouldn't it be fine for you to apologize as well? For the most part, it was you who was there at the time and giving out orders. Well, it's fine. I don't want to see some old man prostrating himself. Rather than that, I prefer to see the Oni-san god. Never mind. Would it be good for me to apologize as well? No, it's fine, Ryuji-san. Is it fine? Though it's my fault. Ryuji-san also gave it his best for a week, didn't he?
The beast race approved of Ruijerd as well. It seems both Gustav and Gies have already heard about the fact that Ruijerd is of the Superds race. In regards to the Superd race, I don't know what kind of feelings they hold towards them. Although at the very least, right now Ruijerd is the hero who saved their children. I was being patient and Ruijerd was raising his fame. In that case, then the outcome is all right. Putting aside the process, as long as the outcome is achieved, I have no complaints about it. Just as I was thinking that, Eris came forward and kicked Gies in the stomach. Then, bestow the protection of water to the place where thou demands. Let the crystal clear flow appear towards here. Water bowl. Struck the unguarded Gies mercilessly with the water bullet. The surroundings were dumbfounded. Eris took her usual pose and said in a loud voice,
"With this, we're even."
As expected of Eris, I thought.
Part 4. Now then, our current location is in Gustav's house. It is a house on top of a tree and the largest house in this village. It is a 3-story building constructed from wood on top of a tree. I was wondering if it would be all right if something like an earthquake hit, but it doesn't even shake a bit when the adults are running around inside. They are the Deidorudia race. The Deidorudia race, patriarch Gustav, and his son, warrior leader Gies. The one I saved from the smugglers was Gies' second daughter Minotona. It seems the eldest daughter Renia is studying in another country. And then there was also a daughter of the Adarudia race mixed in with those we saved. The Adarudia race patriarch's second daughter Terusena, a dog girl with big breasts.
There were plans to return to the Adarudia village on the way, but the rainy season started up, so she will be staying here for 3 months, it seems. Incidentally, even among the beast race, it seems those with the blood of the Dadarudia can be sold for a high price to a certain country's nobles. Especially children who can be trained easily are aimed at often. A certain country's nobles? Oh, it sounds like a story I've heard somewhere.
The nobility of Asura can't afford to be lax with stuff like this going on.
That Iris-kun over there. Why are you saying it like it isn't related to you? Most likely there are people with a mouse-like family name related to this from the start. I've never heard anything along those lines from the butlers and maids at Iris's house, but it's quite possible they were people who were abducted like this as well. Saurus is a good person, but his viewpoint is just a bit different. Yeah, for the time being I will keep quiet about this. Even if I don't say anything, it's better to shut up. Just as I was thinking that, Iris just happened to remember something and showed the ring she was wearing.
Come to think of it, do you know of Gishelane? This ring is Gishelane's.
She has not spoken in beast god language then. Therefore it was in human language,
The only ones here who can use human language outside of Rudeus and myself are Gustav and Gaze. Then Gaze made a grim face. Gaze's voice was filled with disgust, a voice as if he was going to throw up. Then a single word.
She was the disgrace of the family.
Those words were just the start of Gaze bashing Ghislaine, in human language which Eris could understand. Then he started to tell us about how much of a failure, how inappropriate she was as a younger sister and such. Gaze had a voice filled with indifferent emotion. Since Ghislaine has saved my life before, it was a subject which I could not listen to anymore. Wait a minute! I could not hold myself back anymore. I grabbed him by the shoulder and tried to draw his attention. I had been given it several times before by Ghislaine, so listen. Hello. I'm speaking in human language. How did you teach her to use it? No wonder she's hiding it. Even though I spoke in human language, Eris had not moved at all. It seems that Gaze's comment on Ghislaine had stung her. I was at a loss on what to do again. I don't know if I'm speaking politely enough anymore. Eris! I have Ghislaine in my mind. But Gaze is still bashing her. I don't want him to come near Eris either. I just still coldly say, Hello. I'm speaking in human language. How did you teach her to use it? Don't say anything more! I held her really tightly. I was getting angry and irritated. I needed to soothe Eris, so I was going to kiss her cheek. I even sort of hugged her tight. And then BAM! A loud plunge had hit me in the face. I fell backward. My voice rose around call, along with a bucking kick. Eris's anger taking over. He even bit me with a furious roar. I can't get told by Gaze to stop! Eris was loudly growling. This would overwhelm Eris, so I calmed down. I was all calm or read enough, though. Eris was still beating me up on top of me. Enough! It was a mighty booming voice. Eris stopped where it was, and even I was calm. I was the one who calmed her down. Eris still looked right at me. I was full of anger. I was even growling weakly. Magonote still tried to kiss her. Even Eris' punch when it hit me. I was still punching her. I was even growling weakly. Magonote still tried to kiss her. Even Eris' punch when it hit me. I was still punching her. I was still punching me. I was still punching me.
It seems she did some rather mean things when she was living in this village. However, that is just talk from when she was a child. The Glyceline I know of is a clumsy person who gives it her all. Someone who does everything carefully and puts her heart into it. She's not a person who deserves to be talked about like this. A sword teacher that I respect and a magic student that I can brag about. That is why, somehow or other, please stop it.
That ring as well is something she got from our mother after recklessly acting out. There really was no meaning to it. She was an idiot who only knows how to break things. You?
Shut up! What do you know about Glyceline?
Interrupting my words, Eris started screaming at them in a loud voice. In a voice loud enough that I thought the house would break, the dead Rudeus family faces were frowning. The only ones who understand human language are Gustav and Gaze. The other few who heard Eris suddenly start yelling were dumbfounded. Eris started yelling all sorts of words which she didn't know herself. With that bitter voice, even if you could not understand why, the meaning was understood. At the very least, she said everything I wanted to say as well. Eris continued to give her best not to strike them, while her tears started to flow. That is right, you shouldn't hit Gaze here. Gaze was hated for her violence in this village. She would always act violent as she pleased. If Eris were to strike him, it would just be proving Gaez's words, that you and her are the same. No, but it can't be that Gaez has respect? How could that be?
After I saw that, I calmed my own anger. We should probably stop talking about this topic. I proposed that while embracing Eris. Eris looked at me like she couldn't believe it when I proposed that.
Why, Rudeus? Did you hate Ghislaine?
I like Ghislaine as well. But the Ghislaine we know and the Ghislaine they know are different people with the same name. Then I looked at the confused Gaius while saying that. Even he would probably change his way of thinking if he met the current Ghislaine. People change as time passes. Since I'm the one saying it, there's no mistake. Eris couldn't accept it. However, she for the most part let go of it. Then Gaius, who was doubtful, softened his tone. No, has that Ghislaine really become such a respectable person? At the very least, she's someone I respect.
After saying that, Geese made a face lost in thought. Well, after hearing that story just now, it seems like all sorts of things happened between him and Ghislaine. Those must have been things that he felt could never be forgiven. A relationship of blood is relatively severe, especially since it is a blood relative. There are some things you cannot forgive no matter how many years pass. Since that is the case, will you apologize? Since that is the case, will you apologize?
Oh, sorry about that.
What a delicate atmosphere it has become. In any case, Ghislaine, huh? I had totally forgotten about it this past year, but she should have gotten dragged into that teleport as well. I wonder in the world she is and what she is doing. Since it's her, I would imagine she is off searching for Eris and me. I regret being unable to gather information in St. Port. Part 5. 1 week passed. The rain continues to fall. We occupied one of the vacant houses in the village and are living there. For the most part, we are heroes of the Great Forest, so even if we don't do anything, we still get food. This isn't a good lifestyle. It is far too deprived. There was a huge flood happening below the village, and it was terrible. At one point, a child from the village fell in. I used magic to save them, and they were quite surprised and grateful.
Since that's the case, I considered using magic to just blow the clouds away, but I decided not to. Roxy said it as well, but it is not a good idea to manipulate the weather too much. If I were to forcefully stop this rain, something bad could happen to the Great Forest. Quite frankly, I just want it to end already and hurry on to the next place, but, well, it will stop in 3 months or so. It's just a matter of enduring until then. Part 6. I started to wander around the village in the rain. It was a village after all, so there were no weapons, equipments, or those sorts of shops. Fundamentally, it was all private houses, warehouses, and guard stations. All of that was built on the top of the trees. The design of the village was three-dimensional and quite interesting. Even just walking around gets your heart beating. In one part, there was a place where I wasn't allowed to enter beyond a certain point. That pathway is supposedly an important place for this village, it seems. Of course, I don't have any intention of walking into such a place with my shoes on. Then at that time, I found a place where the lower and upper levels are intersected. Just as I was thinking about a woman would pass over me above me, Gisu appeared.
Yo, newbie, they already let you out?
After I called out to him, Gisu made a happy face and waved towards me. Yeah, they told me to never do it again. They're idiots, right? It is already decided that I am going to keep doing it.
This guy over here hasn't learned his lesson! Hey, wait just a minute there. Wait, stop it. I can't run away right now because it's the rainy season.
Since it's the rainy season right now, this guy will do it again. Really? He's a guy who can't be helped. I will return the vest.
Didn't I say to stop with that respectful way of speaking? Keep the vest.
Is that fine?
During this season, it's still cold.
However, he is not a bad person, it seems. This whatever convenient and warm feeling reminds me of Paul. Paul. I wonder if he's doing well.
Part 7. 2 weeks have passed. The rain still won't stop. I learned that the Dedorudia race have a secret magic. Letting out a howl in order to search for the location of the enemy, and letting out a special kind of sound in order to screw up the opponent's balance. That sort of magic, it seems. It seems the magic that Gaius used to paralyze me was one type of that magic. From what I heard, it seems to be magic that makes use of sound. So, I asked Gustav to by all means teach me how to use it. Pleasantly, he agreed to it. He performed it live for me a number of times as I tried to imitate it. But it did not go very well. It seems to be something you can't use unless you have special kind of vocal cords from the Dedorudia race. I was thinking it would be something like that.
Most likely, it would not be an exaggeration to say I can't use most magic specific to certain races. Even though the beast races can use the magic of the human race, it's unfair. I understood the basics, that it was done by combining your voice with magic power, and tried it several times, but the effects were not really all that powerful. About the only thing that I could do was make my opponent surprised for an instant. It seems it will not be very useful.
Incidentally, after showing my voiceless incantations to Gustav, he was quite surprised.
Do the magic schools teach those sorts of things these days?
No, it's because my teacher's instructions were good. Then, for no reason, I start pushing Roxy's name up.
Where did that teacher originate from?
She's a Midgard race from the Biegawai region of the Magic Continent. In terms of magic, I guess she would have learned it from the Magic University. After saying I plan to eventually go to the Magic University myself, Gustav said,
You can already do that much and you still strive for more.
And admired me. It was a bit of a good feeling. Part 8. 1 month passed. Monsters appeared in this village. An insect-like monster similar to a water spider appeared on top of the water and suddenly jumped off the water and attacked. Something similar to a sea snake climbed up the trees, too. The materials from both of them seemed profitable. Incidentally, the village's warriors protected us. However, it seems like the beast race's proud sense of smell and sonar-like voice are not very useful in this rain. The monsters kept avoiding the guard on watch and appeared in the middle of the town. I was on a walk with Eris when a beast race child suddenly got caught by something like a chameleon right in front of our eyes. Instantly, I sent the chameleon flying with an earth bullet. That was dangerous. The child cutely waved its tail and thanked me. After seeing that, Eris started breathing roughly from her nose. In a flutter, I stroked Eris's butt, and she stopped. The child watched that with a smile. That was dangerous. And then right now, my life is in danger as well. I told Rudeus about it, and his face turned into a frown. He cannot let a situation where children might be in danger pass by. Even though that is the case, the village's guards were against us helping out. The warriors of this village have their own pride in protecting our people. Supposedly there is something like that. It is the duty of the village's warriors to protect the village. They won't ask outside warriors for help, and they won't allow you to intrude on them. That is supposedly Rudeus's common sense. I did not understand it at all. Is not the safety of the children more important than something like that? After saying that, Rudeus thought about it for a few seconds, and then went to talk about it with Gaius.
Oh, Rudeus Dono would like to offer help?
Gaius welcomed him greatly. His impression in regards to Rudeus was extremely high. Come to think of it, it seems Gaius was participating in the event of the attack on the ship. He offered a reward for the help as the representative of the village's warriors. It became where we would help exterminate monsters that appear around the village. Rudeus finds them, and I use magic to defeat them. Then we recover the corpse and strip them of the materials. Then Gaius will buy those from us. Quite a good cycle. In the beginning, just as Rudeus had said, the warriors of the village did not make very good faces. But gradually, after Rudeus showed them his strength, and after we helped many warriors who were in trouble, they thanked us for their help. Soon enough, we would arrive around here, and we would do work together. Finally, Rudeus finds a way to join their infighting. To all those who are afraid of the Shigo Superd, he convinces them to join Eris with one sword fight, and to them with no fear. Eris and Rudeus often grab weapons as their opponent, and teach the warriors how to fight with swords. That way we were able to join their infighting instantly. Trying to get forward, it was a success. Finally, we were able to join their infighting instantly. By the end, almost all the warriors were thankful. By the way, Gaius had also defeated Rudeus through swords.
However, after seeing us exterminate every monster without mercy, it seemed like there would be no victims this rainy season, and they gradually opened up to us. Rudeus, for some reason, was the only one bothered by it. It seems that the beast race was different several hundred years earlier. Part 9. 1.5 months had passed. I have the feeling that the rain has started to weaken a little bit. It is probably just my imagination.
Eris, Tona, and Terrasena are all getting along together. If we're going around biking one another, I would prefer it to be somewhere where no one is watching. Tona would come to me almost every day after we tried to go to sleep. I love that position. On the other side, Terrasena was sad. She seemed to be scared of the game or the atmosphere. She probably should have stayed in the village. Their colors were complementary, white and red.
Even if they cannot communicate with words, at that age they can still get along well. Even while it is raining outside, they were wandering around here and there and somehow or another having quite a bit of fun. I was wondering about what it was they were doing, and it seems Iris was teaching them human language. That Iris was teaching someone a language. This is not where I, with the experience of a teacher, cut in and crush Iris's image. I am a man who can read the mood, after all. I'm just hiding somewhere nearby and observing the situation. Iris never had any friends of the same age up until now. Since that is the case, I felt quite proud that Iris finally was getting along with someone of the same age like this. Red hair, cat ears, and dog ears. I'm fine with just being able to watch them get along happily like this. Though you know, Iris, I don't think it's a good idea if you cling on to someone so recklessly. Someone like me could misunderstand. See, just look over there. Isn't Jayus not watching? What do you think a parent would think while watching someone cling to their daughter while their nose is flaring like that?
Iris Dono, thank you very much for getting along so well with my daughter.
What? Is not your response different from the time with me? She is undoubtedly excited over that daughter of yours. I wonder if women and men are different after all. I see. I guess that would be the case. It should be obvious, huh?
By the way, I am sorry about the situation with Ghislaine. We have not met in quite a long time, so there was some misunderstanding. It seems that little sister has grown up quite a bit by walking around in the outside world.
G bowed his head. During this past month, he must have done all sorts of apologies here and there. It's a good thing. Iris, that is the case. It is Sword King Ghislaine after all. The current Ghislaine can even use magic, you know. Geese.
Ghislaine can use magic? Lady Iris, your jokes are too good.
Iris, it is true. Rudeus taught Ghislaine letters, math, and magic after all. Geese.
Rudeus taught her. After that, Geese and I were pushed forward in reputation by Iris, talking about my classes and things that happened in Fedoa region. About how, no matter how bad she and Ghislaine were at learning at first, both of them still managed to be taught properly by Rudeus, and how much she respects me. That sort of talk. After listening to it, I started to feel a bit embarrassed. After 3 years, the teleportation incident happened, so I could not teach until the end, though.
Gezhid was quite interested in the topic. Then, after he separated from the three, he came over to where I was hidden in the wooden box.
Then, what is that respectable teacher doing in this kind of place?
My hobby is observing people.
Oh, that is quite the noble hobby to have. Incidentally, how in the world did you manage to teach Ghislaine letters?
There is nothing special about it, just normally.
Normally? I cannot even imagine it.
It seems like she was troubled here and there by her lack of knowledge during her adventurer days. It's probably natural for you to be unable to imagine it.
I see. Even though that younger sister used to be the type of person who would not stop beating people up whenever something she did not like happened.
After listening to him, it seems Ghislaine used to be the same kind of girl as Eris. If you were to ask how, it would be getting into fights, not to mention she was strong and could not be stopped. It seems like Geese was forced to drink boiling water a number of times. He was a weak older brother who couldn't match his younger sister in strength. Speaking of older brothers, I am also an older brother. I wonder if Norn and Aisha are doing well. That's right. I wanted to write a letter, but I keep forgetting about it. After this rain ends, I will go to the Holy Millis Kingdom's capital and send a letter to Budua village. The chances of it arriving from the Magic Continent are pretty low, but it will most likely reach from Millis.
By the way, Rudeus Domo.
Yes?
How long are you intending to remain inside of that wooden box?
Of course, until they start to change clothes. It's almost nighttime after all. They'll start taking a bath and getting into pajamas soon. I smell the scent of arousal.
No, that cannot be. Could it be that some beast-loving girl is making a happy face somewhere?
Yeah, well, maybe I went a bit overboard. I'll reflect on it.
Volume 4, Chapter 9. Part 1. 2 months have passed. Rudeus and Gustav get along well together, it seems. He often goes over to visit the Didorudia house, and they exchange drinks while sharing stories of their past. They are quite bloody stories, but that in itself makes them relatively interesting. As a self-proclaimed rampaging race, even though he regrets how bad he was in the past, he still has some amount of pride in it. However, these are most likely things that actually happened. After listening to it for a bit, there is something I understood about the beast race. The beast race is a general term for those races who live in the Great Forest. Among them, there are a number of races who travel over to the Magic Continent and call themselves demon races. The only real physical trait is that one part of their body has a non-human mammal-like animal characteristic. Also, the various races have unique extrasensory abilities. In a broader sense, the likes of Nokopara and Barezu would be considered of the beast race, is what it would mean. Even among the beast race, the Didorudia race are a special existence. They are a family that watched over the holy beast and look over the entire forest's harmony. That is the Didorudia.
Cat-like Didorudia, dog-like Autorudia. Those two are the main branches, and then several tens of other kinds of branch tribes are spread around. So to speak, they are the royalty of the Great Forest. Although they aren't really doing anything like royalty right now, when the time comes to it, they will become the leader and lead their people. Also, the long-eared race and the halfling race are also living in the Great Forest. They are mostly distributed in the southern areas of the Great Forest and don't really have all that much interaction with the beast races. But once every year, all the races gather around the Great Sage Tree and participate in a festival and clan meeting. According to Gustav, the races are different, but they are all allies that live in the Great Forest. Incidentally, the dwarf race doesn't live in the Great Forest, but even further south, at the base of the Blue Dragon mountain range. The blue dragons fly all around the world, but they always return to the Blue Dragon mountain range for nesting and raising children. Kind of like migratory birds, although they are different from migratory birds in that they only return once in every 10 years or so.
Now then, the beast race has always gotten into wars and made peace with the human race and repeated this process over and over, it seems. As far as skirmish-level wars go, the most recent one was around 50 years ago. Gustav participated in that war and was a part of a brawny warrior group that mowed down some human race people who got lost in the forest, at least according to the story I was being told. Well, it sounds like it was dramatized quite a bit, but to be able to hear it from the beast race's viewpoint was rather entertaining. In order to compete with that, Rudeus pulled out his heirloom spear, a story about the supered spear from the time of Lopless's war. Rudeus and Gustav were opening the beer tap for the night.
Recently, the warriors aren't very reliable at all.
I understand as well, Rudeus Dono. The number of weaklings has increased.
That's right. During the time I was young, there wasn't a single man who wasn't splendid. Completely hitting it off. I guess it's the same no matter what world it is. Things like this.
It hurts to listen. Rudeus believed in me and let me go alone, yet I ended up easily being caught. In some ways, it's like I betrayed his trust. Gustav. However, Rudeus Dono, isn't that a bit heartless? Even though your ally was treated cruelly? Reared, drunk, and firm. If you're a warrior, you take responsibility for the consequences of your own battles. In the first place, Rudeus should have been able to easily escape with his own power. I'm glad he was trusting in his allies. But he's not a child. If you're a warrior, you shouldn't wait and expect your allies to come save you. Rudeus. Cynical internal monologue. Rudeus? You seem to be quite drunk. Well, if you were caught, I'm sure you'd find some way to escape on your own, though. I wish you wouldn't place such high expectations on me. The number of things I'm capable of are limited, you know.
All right. Panicking tide flow of water rolls itself and pours over the earth. In sleepness, I feel coldness in the chaos. With warm light, I freeze the tempest. Haste in Persian vineyards. My oracle whispers and roars of great strife to those. Grasp him. Find him. The end of the wind walk. I usually was taught how to fly with Mulvane, but my sense of self was weak. This time, I tried to control the wind around my body. First, I imagined lifting my body in the air by forcing the wind around me. I thought it would be a good way to do that. Unfortunately, the lifting effect was easier, but I wasn't able to lift my whole body and ended up being pushed up under my feet. I held both hands into a fist and tried to control my movement. However, I kept pushing up my body with my feet. I couldn't change the direction. I wasn't able to fly, only throw once around with my own might. I felt weak and tried to do it over several times. To be able to lift my whole body around pure wind magic was too strong. I continued to turn my Mina on a figure 8 while summoning it, and while in the same time, I thought of the sound of the wind blowing. However, I kept controlling the wind in the same direction, and since I changed the pattern, it bounced off the air. I did not fly while raising myself up either. Well, it seems that I can't do it yet. But I think that I still have time to practice. I'll get used to it. I'll raise myself up in the moonwalk. I must have wandered into the forest hopelessly. I felt tired and started sweating. I thought about weighing too much mana to raise myself up. Alas, a couple of courtier people appeared again.
For starters, with light feelings, I raised a tornado and watched what happened. In order to make a person fly, about this much should be fine. If I remember correctly, 100 meters per second should be about good. I wonder what kind of thing 100 meters per second is. For the time being, I'll give it a shot and see. Alakazam! Just kidding. I was blown up into the air like a leaf. Then I started to get afraid. Suddenly I realized I was up near the clouds. I didn't realize a person's body was this light. Then I started to feel fear. I started to instinctually fear the ground as I was approaching it at an insane speed. I started using my foresight on reflex. After looking 1 second into the future, I made an upward current with my right hand and fired off a number of shockwaves with my left, lowering my falling speed. However, I was too late. I heard the sound of a number of branches breaking as I fell into a tree, and finally a splash as I hit the water. By that time, my entire body was battered, plus bone fractures. My nose was bleeding all over the place. After swallowing some water, I started to control the currents. With my entire body in pain and feeling dizzy, I somehow or other managed to cast the healing incantation. Soon after, monsters started appearing, following the scent of my blood. It seems the place I fell was the nest of the rain lizard group, rainforest lizard. I could clearly hear the sound of my heart beating as I continued to defeat the monsters that came out, one after another. With my right hand, I just kept freezing the surrounding water, stopping their movements, then firing off earth bullets to destroy their heads. Rainforest lizards are rank sea monsters. Their speed in water is pretty fast, but they are difficult if I freeze it. After I defeated them all, I started piling up the bodies, but before I realized, it was already dark out, and I didn't know the way back. I don't know my current location. Just that fact made me feel uneasy. I have to do something, somehow. The village shouldn't be all that far away. I continue to tell myself to be cool. If my head gets heated up, my judgment will be dulled. I must remain cool, no matter how you look at it. Cool! First off, I froze all the water nearby in as wide of a range as I could. I just kept lowering the temperature while shivering. Centering on me, I just kept extending the ice endlessly. At the same time, I created a fireball in the air above me. Using a fireball to warm things up while at the same time freezing the water, monsters that see the light will most likely come over. No, monsters in the rainy season swim. They most likely won't come running on top of the ice.
It wasn't even an hour later when Rudred and the others came along. He came walking along the ice along with the dead Arudia race warriors. I felt relieved. After all, I still feel a bit tense about being left neglected in some place I don't know about.
Rudeus, what happened?
Just a bit of training.
I didn't say anything about almost dying. A show of vanity. Rewejerd.
I see. It's the first time I've seen you get serious. But it's really intense. When the entire village froze over and was covered in ice, I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
All of the monsters were frozen.
Yeah, I wanted to help transporting them. I gave it my all to freeze the surroundings.
That's an easy request. Though next time, make sure you let me know.
If Rewejerd's here, then it's not secret training. After saying that, Rewejerd laughed a bit. The beast race warriors went around looking at the rainforest lizards frozen with just their heads crushed and shivered in fear. How's that? The meat from rainforest lizards is pretty close to chicken meat.
Part 3. After that, I learned from experience and started to practice using wind magic to fly in the sky a number of times. It was extremely difficult to make my body float in the air with wind magic. What I was able to manage, if you can call it that, was use a blunted earth lance at my own feet and send my body flying into the air. After flying, use wind magic to accelerate. When it's time to land, decelerate and prepare a landing spot. Using wind magic to lower the velocity of the fall, while at the same time creating a pool at the landing point using a water technique, and landing there in the water. Something along those lines. What an unsightly magic. I feel bitter about my own lack of talent. I want to fly through the sky freely. However, I was satisfied with this result. I wasn't able to fly through the sky, but I was able to create a method of high-speed travel through the air. I wasn't able to achieve the initial goal, but I did gain at least one thing. I decided to think of that as all right. Part 4. 2.5 months have passed. One day, Holy Beast-sama sluggishly came and entered my room. Well then, if it isn't Holy Beast-sama. Did you have something you needed from the sex beast? Holy Beast-sama. 1. It seems it's just going to ignore me. I don't know if it's a male or female, but Holy Beast-sama came over and laid down next to me. Currently in my hands is a figure I'm in the process of making. Since there's still lots of time left before the rain stops, I decided to make these. The model is Rudred. Why him, as one might think. However, think about it for a second. Supered race are a monster with an unknown identity. People shudder in fear after seeing that green hair. However, the figures I make have no color. A stone doll in a solid gray color. If I can make this doll look cool, I might be able to get more people to accept it. First off is the silhouette. The hair is the last part.
Holy Beast-sama! 1!
Holy Beast-sama brought its body close to my thighs and placed its head on my lap. I was a bit perplexed since no animal has ever gotten this close to me before. Holy Beast-sama! 1! Holy Beast-sama was looking at my hands with a "what is that" sort of feeling. It's a puppy-sama whose age is proportional to its demeanor. For the time being, I started to stroke the area around its neck. There's nothing to do, so I decided to produce some works. Holy Beast-sama. 1.
Come in.
Please excuse me. I could smell Holy Beast-sama coming from here.
Then the one who came in was a woman dressed in the outfit of one of the village's warriors. It was the One-sen guard. Greetings. It's been a while. For the time being, I said that while bowing my head. After seeing me, her face quickly turned ghastly pale.
Yes. Greetings. It has been a while.
It's the person who threw cold water on me and told me off with a cruel word. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her at all for these last 2 months. I wonder where she was.
I'm sorry about that time. Please forgive my rudeness.
She deeply bowed her head.
Oh, it's fine. That matter has already been resolved.
However, even though it was a misunderstanding, that I would subject you to that kind of treatment.
That kind of treatment? It was just being stripped and having cold water thrown on me. Then the female warrior's face became even more pale, almost to the point where it seemed like she would fall over any minute.
I'm very sorry. Please, forgive me.
Ah, that was the case after all, huh? As I thought, if the actual perpetrator is in front of your eyes, you would want to get revenge, I guess. GS's judgment was correct. Then, you were told not to encounter me. Why are you here? That is, Holy Beast Sama went missing, so I followed the smell and it led here.
One. The female warrior had a cold sweat going. I think you aren't that afraid. G's already apologized plenty, and I'm already satisfied with that. After the rainy season ends, he already offered to give us a cart and pay compensation money. I only had to spend a week in a prison for it. It feels more lucky than anything. When it comes to me, I'm not really bothered at all. Having cold water thrown on me and being abused as a pervert, those are good memories. I'm sure, in the future, if something wakes up inside of me, I'll be able to accept that arousal. Come to think of it, after the rainy season ends, you were going to get married, weren't you? Congratulations! It seems like she only heard it as sarcasm, though. I was just meant it as a simple blessing, though. It seems she has misunderstood something. This is somehow nice. An amazing feeling of superiority. Is this that NTR sort of thing? After all, maybe I should have her get naked and crawl on all fours. No, that kind of thing isn't good. Geese asked me to let it go, and I don't know when Iris and Rygerd will return. What kind of punishment would be good? Then, how about wearing only a white t-shirt? Then I hit you with the water technique, water gun, and cover you in lukewarm water. Wow, I'm a genius. No! The Holy Beast Sama was angry and blocked the path. It's the one character I haven't even talked to yet. It would seem vain I insisted now. Okay, I understand. We'll go then. The Holy Beast Sama seemed keen to get rid of us. It's the Didor Dudia people. I hope they're really nice family. I've got to the point where you can't trust anyone anymore.
Then, Holy Beast Sama moved over to cover the female warrior, glaring at me. What's up with that? It's a joke, don't be mad. I've already received a proper apology. Since that's the case, I don't need anything more than that. After saying that, the female warrior made a relieved face and let out a sigh. Thank you very much. Then, just after that talk finished, she started glaring at me. More than that, Rudeus Dono, I would prefer if you didn't just take Holy Beast Sama out at your own convenience. What's that? I never took it out of anywhere. Oh, more false charges, huh? You really aren't reflecting on it at all, are you? If you're not careful with your words, next time you'll be the one in the prison naked, and I'll be the one throwing the water. If that's the case, then who took it out? Holy Beast Sama cannot leave the holy tree on its own. Well, then please explain it to me clearly.
It seems that Holy Beast Sama is a magic beast that is only born once every several hundred years. It has no formal name. Since ancient times, the appearance of Holy Beast Sama means that the world would be approaching a crisis. After Holy Beast Sama becomes an adult, it will set out on a journey together with a hero and save the world from that mighty power. That's how it's told. Since that's the case, in the interior of the Dordulia village, within a barrier in the roots of the holy tree, it's carefully and preciously raised. That is really a completely sheltered daughter kind of feeling. They won't let the Holy Beast Sama that doesn't know anything out into the cold outside world. Incidentally, it will supposedly take another 100 years or so until Holy Beast Sama becomes an adult. If the stories are true, 100 years later, a great crisis will befall the world. Currently, it seems that this female warrior is primarily protecting that Holy Beast Sama, in the inner part of that dead-end pathway. I get it now. That would be why we never met when I was walking around the town. Holy Beast Sama. Waff!
What did you say?
Huh? What?
1.
I see, but
1.
I understand.
Huh? Why are you normally having a conversation with a dog? Holy Beast Sama isn't speaking in Beast God language, right? How do you understand the differences in it? Are you using Bolingual or something?
Holy Beast Sama has said that you were unrelated.
Right. I'd like you to say more than that.
Holy Beast Sama is grateful to you, Rudeus Dono.
Oh, I could have sworn I had been completely forgotten after being abandoned in a prison.
1.
Holy Beast Sama says, that's rude. I properly told them to send you good-tasting food. I had heard that Rudeus Dono was enjoying the food quite a bit as well.
That's right. The food at least was good. Also, I received seconds. I did think it was pretty strange for a prism. That was Holy Beast Sama's order, huh? However, for the first thing to be thought of in terms of gratitude to be food, in the end it's still a dog. However, I would have preferred being let out of the prison if that's the case.
1.
It's a place where you lock up bad guys.
1.
After that, I had a conversation for a bit with Holy Beast Sama using the female warrior as a translator, after which I realized that Holy Beast Sama had no clue about the details of the events from this time. It didn't understand that I was letting off a smell of arousal, and didn't understand the reason why I was captured by Geis either. The fact that I was captured, and anything beyond the fact that something scary happened, it couldn't seem to comprehend. In other words, it's still a child. Making all sorts of demands from a child is not good. No helping it. Thanks to Holy Beast Sama, I was able to experience a pleasant lifestyle. Thank you very much.
After thanking it, its tail started waving, and it licked my face. What a cute fellow. I was having fun stroking its neck, then I was pushed down. Oh, you can't! People are watching! Rudeus Dono, Holy Beast Sama is sacred. Could you refrain yourself from being so familiar and attached? That's wrong. The smell of this arousal is aimed at you. Huh? Excuse me, it's nothing at all. That's bad. I let out a bit of my true intention. Now then, Holy Beast Sama, let's return home to the holy tree.
1.
Holy Beast Sama honestly nodded to the words of the female warrior and returned. After that, it became a problem for the beast race that Holy Beast Sama was able to escape. In the end, it seems like they couldn't figure out who the criminal was that let it out. Since that's the case, it would be fine if they just left it to an escort. But just the other day, that abduction incident happened. The escorts were becoming tense.
Jeez feels so hostile towards me. Gah, I guess I was hostile towards him for a while. And I made a wool horsey pour him. Oh well. I really came here for negotiations. Anyway, I guess that's the reason they didn't take me seriously. Whatever. I'll just stay with Guilles. It'll be efficient. However, Minitona and Terusena kept chasing me around. Why are they so curious about me? Well, I guess their problem is also solved. Things are always going up and down for me today. Another sweet spring day. Lots of flowers. Pollen can make you sneeze sometimes. No, I guess I'm powerless. What about boys? I guess I can finally relax. I really wanted something to eat. However, I'm pretty full from the drinking bout. Also greasy content. Let's try something light for the rest of the day. Part 7. It was 2 or so days later that Wuzian appeared again. This time, Eris and I were together as we were about to go sightseeing. Wuzian stalked us almost immediately after arriving by our side. Each time, more and more villagers were gathered. However, this time I was with Rudeus, and they figured this was probably something to do with me. Eris and I didn't even move from our spot. However, they still tended to take me for a false charge. But couldn't a Pentium person make a peer? Wuzian is made of Pentium blocks. Nowhere, as far as I'm concerned, can Pentium float, so it wouldn't be too hard to do if it did. Eris and I bet that it was a holy beast.
However, Rifujin didn't too, unlike with previous times. Sometimes I think Kafka is a good writer. Eris was intent on closing the episode. However, this time it was Guille's. He said Rifujin was pretending it, and that the old trapper was dead. Apparently the holy beast could travel by magic. That's how I heard it rumored. However, it wasn't some tale of old. Apparently even now...
After sticking to him for a full day, he made a bitter face. You don't really need to pay it any mind. The next time you give birth to a daughter, just give her to me.
What? Do you really want to pledge marriage vows to a daughter of mine?
Oh, it was just a simple joke. Oh, excuse me. Did I let out the smell of arousal?
Sun? There is no such smell.
I see. Then this amount is all right.
After all, unless there's a female nearby, my tomboy won't become a tomcat, it seems. Unless they enter my field of vision, there's nothing to be done, is what it means.
This is something I've understood over the last month. Rudeus Domo is rather mature. Even though you're still young, Rudierdo Domo recognizes you as a warrior as well.
What's up with that, suddenly praising me? That's kind of disgusting, suddenly flipping one's hand.
In the beginning, I just thought you were some sheedy brat depending on Rudierdo Domo and doing whatever you like.
Huh. He puts that well. Well, it's not necessarily mistaken.
In terms of magic skill, it went way beyond what I imagined. In order to freeze the entire forest during the rainy season is something I could only imagine in a fairy tale.
My teacher is even more amazing, though.
Then another push here for Roxy, for no reason at all. No matter how much I praise Roxy, it will never be enough praise. And more than anything, you hold that much power, and yet you didn't seek revenge against our Dedirudia race, even after being treated like that. If you put it like that, then that is the case. Though look, Rihord said it as well. I was letting my guard down. Isn't it fine if both sides are reflecting on it? Besides, this place is Geislane's hometown as well. What did Geislane say about this village? No, she didn't really say anything in specific. It didn't seem like Geislane liked the Great Forest very much. When she was teaching me Beast God language, she would often make a bitter face as well. Who wouldn't want to get along well with the family of a respected teacher? Is it fine if I apologize once again? I don't really need that prostrating at all. Rather than that, please give me the right to lay my hands on Minotona-chan. If Rudeus Dono plans to properly and seriously consider my daughter as a partner, then I wouldn't particularly mind though. Eh? Seriously? Does that mean he'll give me permission to play Nyanyan with the cat-eared girl? No. Right now, we're having a good conversation. You sheedy NEET stay down. Of course I'm joking. Probably, Eris would get angry as well. Just now, a bit of the smell of arousal appeared though. That can't be helped. That would be because of Gessan's careless statement. Let it go. I see, I'm sorry about that. Really, I have a proper promise with Eris, you know. 15 years old. Another 4 more years. If I wait 4 years in paradise. Speaking of promises, I had one with Sylphie as well, but I wonder how Sylphie is doing now. Probably doing well. It would be good if she wasn't being bullied over her hair anymore. And it seems like it's come today as well.
Could it be that it's getting out with its own power?
Go. There is no mistake that it's through someone's help.
Is what Gaius said, while looking at Holy Beast Sama with troubled eyes. Through someone's help. It's without a doubt something within their own members, but everyone has an alibi. It's creepy. Should Rujed and I investigate? I think we could figure it out pretty quickly with Rujed's eye.
No. The protection of Holy Beast Sama is a matter of pride for the Dodoritia race. We can't allow outsiders to interfere.
Even though defending the village is fine?
This and that are different matters.
Defending the village is okay, but investigating the Holy Beast's escape is not. I couldn't really understand the line of thought, but this could be a difference in common sense, I guess. Well, that's fine if they're all right with it. If it's managed to escape this many times, it would certainly be worrying. It's fine right now because it's the rainy season, but what if after the rainy season ends, it could be abducted again? Besides, even in the village, it could be attacked by monsters if the worst case happens. Troubled. After all, it doesn't seem like he wants outsiders to get near the holy tree. I'll draw him in.
Well then, how about meeting near the holy tree and taking it out before it has a chance to be taken? Then have the escort person follow along as well. If we do that, then there would be no need to worry about someone taking it out. Wouldn't that be getting our priorities backwards? I think it seems better than having even a moment where you don't know the location of the holy beast Sama, though. He's silent.
Gwei had been troubled. Since he was troubled, that became the case. After that, for a little less than 2 weeks, I lived together and played with Holy Beast Sama. In the end, we never figured out who the criminal was, though Holy Beast Sama has stopped disappearing as well. Incidentally, the escort person got insanely angry at me when I trained it to offer its paw, though that's a secret. After various things happen, 3 months have passed. The rain has stopped.
Volume 4, Chapter 10, Part 1. The day before we left the Dorodia village, Eris and Minotona were fighting. I do not even need to say the result, but it was Eris's complete victory. I think it's as expected. This is where it would be good if I put in a word of warning. I already knew that Eris was that kind of child, but she is soon to be 14 years old. If you say 14 years old, it is still a child, but it is not an age where you indiscriminately beat up your opponents. However, how then should I put it? Up until now, I have never stopped Eris's fights. Even when it came to the fights in the Adventurers Guild, I just left the majority of them to Rudeus. I wonder what I could say after all that. Maybe I should put it as, adventurers and village girls are different. That's wrong. Minotona is the bad one.
According to her story, it seems Minotona tried to stop Eris, who said she was planning to leave after the rainy season ends. Eris seemed to be happy that she wanted to stop her, but explained why she has to continue her journey. With Minotona, who was being selfish, it was a development where Eris gives an explanation. It is opposite from how it normally is. After a little while, the discussion continued. At first, both of them were calm, but eventually disputes started up. Minotona started making thoughtless remarks. Those thoughtless remarks included Ghislaine and myself. After hearing that, it seems Eris tried to endure it with an angry face. It seems like she wanted to respond with a calm feeling. In the end, it seems the one who first laid their hands on the other was Minotona. She sold the fight to Eris. It is an act of courage, almost worthy of respect. It is something I can't imitate at all. Even though I say that, Eris ended up buying into that fight. Without mercy, as usual, she beat her to a pulp. Eris?
What?
Then again, I took a good look at the circumstances. First off, Minotona. Even though she lost, it seems she is considerably excited with heavy breathing. Even after Eris beat her down, it seems her will has not been broken. Eris can break the will of full-grown adults. She is not a woman who goes easy. In other words, that means... it seems you properly went easy. Eris looked the other way while saying that. With the old Eris, even if it was an opponent who was younger, any opponent that comes at her would be beaten without mercy. Since I am the one saying it, there is no mistake. Normally, you would do something worse, right? She was my friend after all. After taking a look at Eris's face, her lips curled up with a sour look. It was a face of one that was repenting their crimes. It seems she does at least regret hitting her a bit. It is something that the Eris until now would never have done. It seems Eris may have become a bit more of an adult these past 3 months. In the places where I am not watching, she is properly growing up. It would be best if you reconciled with her before we leave tomorrow. No way. Still a child, huh?
Part 2. The last day, we were busy preparing for the journey, so I did not meet with Holy Beast Sama. I thought the criminal would let him out again, but for some reason Holy Beast Sama never appeared. In exchange, in the middle of the night, there were 2 intruders. A small scream and a loud sound of something bumping. With those 2 sounds, as one would expect, even I was awakened. Recently, it feels like I have been slacking a bit too much, so I raised my body and grabbed my staff that was left at my side. It is a bit too crude of a presence for it to be a thief. Ryujed should have long since realized it.
Teresina, move more quietly, Nya.
I let go of my staff. That would be the reason why Rudeus was silent.
Sorry, Tona, but it's dark. If you focus your eyes well, you can see, Nya.
Again, there was a sound of something banging.
Tona, are you all right?
Oh, Nya.
However, they seem to think they are whispering, but the volume is so loud I can almost hear everything. I wonder what their objective is. Money or maybe fame? Otherwise, maybe they were after my body, I wonder. Not really, though. It's most likely Eris, after all.
Was it here, Nya? Terusina. It seems a bit different. Mind it, Nya. In any case, they're sleeping, Nya.
Nya? What's wrong, Tana? Oh.
Mitiona and Terracena were there, wearing a one-piece made of thin fur. There was a hole where the butt is, and their tail was showing its face from the back. It was the beast race's characteristic pajama appearance. Truly lovely. What's going on this late at night? Harry's room's next door.
So sorry, NYA.
As they were saying that they moved to close the door, then suddenly stopped.
Come to think of it, we never gave our thanks to you, Nya. Tona?
Monotona said it as if she remembered it. They returned back into the room. Terusena was following behind her.
Wow, thank you for saving us, Nya. I heard that I might have died if you hadn't used healing magic on me, Nya.
That is right. Those injuries were pretty dangerous. They were injuries which would have long since broken my will. I think it was pretty amazing how she managed to continue with that sort of resolve in that situation. It was an easy matter to resolve.
Thanks to that, there's no scars remaining, Nya.
While saying that, Tona grabbed the edge of her one piece and flipped it upwards, showing me her beautiful natural legs. However, because the room was dark, I can't see any deeper. It seems like you could see, but you cannot. Kisharika-sama, why did you not have a demon eye that allows one to see in the dark?
Terusina, that's disgraceful. It's fine, since he's already seen it once anyways. However, Old Man Geese said it. Human race males are in heat all year round, so if you get close to them carelessly, they'll attack you.
And heat all year. He says such rude things. Though it is not wrong.
Besides, if he gets excited over seeing my body, then isn't it favorable to repay the favor? Yeah, it's chilly.
How long do you intend to keep the hem of your skirt raised? My God, I was not looking at Tana's legs at that time. While wiping a cold sweat away, I grabbed my staff that was sitting at my side tightly. From the room next door, I could sense something like sharp killing intent leaking out bit by bit. I have received your gratitude. Eris is in the room next door, so please. They may be children, but they should not be carelessly showing that there are no scars. It would be trouble if they were attacked by a dangerous old man who has a hobby of playing doctor.
Miritona, thank you, Nya.
I wonder why there is this sort of path. There's no monsters at all. The water drainage is also surprisingly good. Just as my doubts were coming up, Gisu started to explain it. The one who created this road was the founder of the Millis Church, the world's largest religious organization, St. Millis. This is the result of a single swing of St. Millis's sword. It sliced straight through the mountains and forest and cut down a demon king on the magic continent or something. Part 4. We just entrusted the carriage to our steed and solely kept moving past the great forest. It is truly a straightforward path. The road goes right over the horizon. It continues straight into the capital of St. Millis Kingdom. I wonder why there is this sort of path. There is no monsters at all. The water drainage is also surprisingly good. Just as my doubts were coming up, Gisu started to explain it. The one who created this road was the founder of the Millis Church, the world's largest religious organization, St. Millis. This is the result of a single swing of St. Millis's sword. It sliced straight through the mountains and forest and cut down a demon king on the magic continent or something. Part 4. We just entrusted the carriage to our steed and solely kept moving past the great forest. It is truly a straightforward path. The road goes right over the horizon. It continues straight into the capital of St. Millis Kingdom. I wonder why there is this sort of path. There is no monsters at all. The water drainage is also surprisingly good. Just as my doubts were coming up, Gisu started to explain it. The one who created this road was the founder of the Millis Church, the world's largest religious organization, St. Millis. This is the result of a single swing of St. Millis's sword. It sliced straight through the mountains and forest and cut down a demon king on the magic continent or something. Part 4. We just entrusted the carriage to our steed and slowly kept moving past the great forest. It is truly a straightforward path. The road goes right over the horizon. It continues straight into the capital of St. Millis Kingdom.
Full sails, favorable wind? It is truly a miracle. I can understand why the Millis Church has so much power. However, I am pretty afraid of the bad influence it may have on the body. What is known as magic power is convenient. However, it causes animals to transform into monsters, causes 2 children to be teleported from Central Continent to Magic Continent. It causes various bad things. The fact that there is a lot of magic power is also something to be afraid of. Well, it is fine since we can take it easy knowing no monsters will attack. Part 5. Along the side of the highway, there are points at specified distances which are made for camping. There we make preparations to camp. Rudeus went into the forest and just caught whatever was convenient. There was no real problems there. Occasionally, a beast race from a nearby village will come out to sell things, but there is nothing we really need to buy. I don't think it even needs to be said of the Great Forest, but there is an abundance of vegetation. On the sides of the highway, there is a large number of plants that can be used as spices. I started to gather those using the plant encyclopedia I once read as a reference. Even though that is the case, my cooking skill is not all that high. Even if I were to say that my skill has improved considerably over this past year, bad has just changed into slightly bad. The quality of the ingredients in the Great Forest are much better than those of the Magic Continent. And there's not just monsters, there are regular animals as well. Rabbits and boars, for example. They're just normal animals. And then, after you cook the meat from the animals, that alone is plenty delicious. But since that's the case, I want to eat even better tasting meat. The quest to eat good food should always be done with greed. There, Gisu entered the field. He was a master of camping cooking. He managed to use the grasses and berries I found, and almost as if by magic, turned them into spices to magnificently flavor the meat. I said it right! I can do anything!
It is boring,
muttered Eris just as we were preparing for today's meals once again. Ingredients? Rudeus. Fire and water? Me. Cooking? Gisu. In front of this perfect distribution of roles, there was nothing for Eris to do. At best, it would be something like collecting firewood. But this is in the middle of a forest. It's over quickly. Therefore, she's quite bored.
Hey, Gisu!
What's up, young lady? It's not ready yet. Gisu turned around while confirming the taste of the soup. There was Eris using her usual imposing pose.
Teach me cooking!
No way. It was an instant reply. Gisu just kept with his cooking like nothing happened at all. Eris just stared into space, dumbfounded. However, she quickly regained herself and yelled out.
Why?
Because I don't want to teach you.
Like I said, why?
Godo saw a sigh from Gisu. You know, young lady, swordsmen are best off thinking of nothing but fighting. Trying to cook is pointless. It's fine as long as you can eat. Incidentally, this man, it's fine as long as you can eat it, is completely not the level of his food. It is the level where you could open a shop. It is not something where the Emperor of Japan would fire off light out of his mouth the moment he puts it in. But it is at the level where his cooking shop would be well known in the neighborhood. Shit. But if I can cook, you know. Eris was saying that while stealing glances in my direction. What is it, Eris? What do you want to say? Please feel free to say it straight out. I don't get it at all. Gisu was being cold to Eris. I don't really get why, but he's saying it in a pretty severe way.
In regards to Rudeus and me, he's not really the case. But only to Eris, he seems to say things while pushing her away. Doesn't the young lady have talent with the sword? Something like cooking you don't need. But being able to fight is something to be happy about, you know? In order to live in this world, there is nothing more than that which you need. It'll just make your well-polished talent lose its focus.
Even so, Evis was a party member who helped clear labyrinths. She wasn't just a sound operator. Everyone understood that she was not a fashion player who was hired by the pretty lady in charge. And just like that, everyone respected Evis. While the atmosphere was warm around the supper, and I was stirring the soup with a spoon, Gisu got up from his chair. He walked over in my direction and gave me a slap on the shoulder. Why don't you just take a rest? I'm tired of watching you strain yourself. As soon as Gisu got up, Eris raised her eyebrows.
But why are you getting up? You two always do nothing.
Well, that's just my front excuse.
Gisu nodded with an all right and stopped stirring the soup. And then he started to serve it with the stone bowls. Incidentally, the bowls were something I made. You know, I decided to never teach anyone cooking again. It seems Gisu was at one point a member of a party that cleared labyrinths. It was a party with 6 members. Everyone aside from him could only do a single thing. It seems they were all clumsy people. The Gisu of that time had a pet phrase of, "You guys really can't do anything besides that." It seems that party still managed to do quite well, even though it was pretty distorted. However, one day, it seems one of the women from the party told Gisu she wanted to learn cooking. If you want to catch a man, start by catching his stomach. It seems that it is effective in this world as well. Gisu said it could not be helped and taught the woman cooking. Whether it be because of the cooking or whatever, that is unknown. But as a result, the woman stuck to the man and just like that got married. The two left the party and went off to somewhere.
That is why, women are no good for cooking.
It is a jinx, is what he added on. If you were to ask me, Gisu's jinx does not matter at all. I think it would be fine if you were to teach something like cooking. This soup is good. Just a single sip of this soup is enough to make the inside of my mouth have a shooby-dooby-da-ha-han kind of feeling. It is to the point where I want to be taught as well. Since that was the case, I decided to throw out a lifeboat. I understand that a newbie ended up with misfortune, but the woman who was taught cooking ended up happy, right? Since that was the case, teach us, is what I was thinking. Then Gisu waved his head. I don't know if the woman ended up being happy or not. I haven't met her since. But Gisu was laughing to himself. As for the man, he was happy. Or maybe not. Therefore, it's a jinx, I guess. After seeing him with a depressed expression, I felt like I could not say anything more. The soup that should have been good lost a bit of its flavor. Rudeus, won't you hurry and come back? Part 7. A certain day. By the side of the road at one of the specified points, we found a strange stone monument. It reached about knee-high, and there was a strange emblem carved into its face. A single letter was surrounded by 7 emblems. If I remember correctly, the letter in the center in fighting god language would be 7. The other emblems, I feel that I might have seen somewhere or not. I decided to ask Gisu and see. Hey newbie, what is this stone monument? Gisu looked at the stone monument and nodded with an ah. That's the 7 world powers. I see, the 7 world powers. 7 world powers? What is that? It means the 7 warriors who are known to be the strongest of all in this world. It seems that the time after the Second Great Human-Demon War ended, a person known as the Technique God decided to make this. The Technique God was said to be the strongest being of that time. The ones that person decided, in regards to this world, the strongest 7 names. This stone monument is something for the sake of confirming that, supposedly. If I remember correctly, if we're talking about that, then Donna should know more about it. Donna!
After Gisu called out to him, Ruijerd, who was nearby looking over Iris's training, walked up to us. Iris fell to the ground. There she lay with her arms and legs stretched out and was breathing deeply, trying to catch her breath.
The 7 world powers. Huh. That's nostalgic.
Ruijerd narrowed his eyes while looking at the stone monument. Do you know about it, Ruijerd?
When I was young, I was one of the countless that trained and aspired to be included as one of the 7 world powers.
Well, saying that, Ruijerd was looking far into the distance. Considerably far into the distance. Far, far away. Exactly how far back was this? What exactly is that emblem?
Those are each of the individual's crests. It still reveals the current 7 names.
Ruijerd pointed to each of them one by one and taught us the 7 names. The current 7 names are Position 1, Technique God. Position 2, Dragon God. Position 3, Fighting God. Position 4, Demon God. Position 5, Death God. Position 6, Sword God. Position 7, North God. It seems that's how they're lined up. Oh, but 7 world powers is something I've never heard about before. The 7 world powers were well known up until the time of the Laplace campaign, after all. Why did they stop using it? It was because during the Laplace campaign there were some large changes, and half of them went missing. It seems, excluding the Technique God, all of the 7 world powers of the time were participating in the Laplace campaign. However, among them, 3 died. One of them went missing, and one of them ended up being sealed, was the outcome. It seems the only one who survived with all limbs intact was the Dragon God of the time. For the time being, those known to be the strongest started rising and entering the ranks, and several hundred years after that, those who stole the seats of lower world powers were quite far from the word strongest.
Even more so. Currently, the whereabouts of 4 of the higher ranks are unknown. Technique God, missing. Dragon God, missing. Fighting God, missing. Demon God, Laplace, sealed away. Those who were certainly known to be the strongest of the higher ranks weren't around in regards to the rankings. Since that's the case, 7 world powers were gradually abandoned and forgotten from the memories of the people, or something along those lines. Incidentally, the reason why the demon god Laplace was never removed from the ranking was because he didn't die, but was just sealed away. Exactly how many people are there that lived during those times?
Well, now, even 400 years ago, it was becoming suspicious whether the Technique God even existed.
In the first place, why did the Technique God even create this sort of ranking?
It seems that, in order to find someone who can defeat me, there was that sort of story. But I don't know the details.
As if it's a profound ranking, I guess. This stone monument is considerably old. Since that's the case, it could be that the rankings have already changed by now, couldn't it? After I muttered that, Gisu shook his head. No, it seems that it will automatically change with magic. Eh? Is that the case? How?
Gisu, how would I know?
It seems that is the case. The letters on the stone monument automatically change. I wonder exactly how it works. There are still a lot of things I don't know about the magic of this world. If I go to the Magic University, I wonder if I'll be able to learn about things like that. In any case, 7 world powers, huh? Just as I was thinking there were a large number of people who smell of cheats in this world, I don't feel like I can keep up at all. Well, it's not like I'm aiming to be the strongest in the world either way. I'd rather not get very involved with the strongest. Part 8. It took 1 month until we passed the Great Forest. However, it was only a month. In just a single month, we managed to pass through the entire Great Forest. The path was nothing but a straight line, without a single monster.
Therefore, we were able to devote ourselves to moving. That is one of the reasons, but the performance of the horse was also good. The horses in this world don't know what it means to get tired. They can run for 10 hours straight without a break. Moreover, the next day, they won't feel a thing. I wonder if they're using some sort of magic power or something. We really passed through the forest in a smooth way. If you were to speak of accidents, it would only be that I got hemorrhoids on the way. Naturally, without telling anyone, I secretly healed it with healing magic. In the name of training, Eris just kept standing on top of the carriage the entire time. I said it's dangerous and to stop it, but it was a balanced sensation which had the feeling of what's dangerous about it. I tried to imitate it, and the next day my legs were trembling. Eris is amazing.
There was a valley to pass the Blue Dragon mountain range. The entrance of that was an inn town. The dwarf race are managers of the inn district here. There's no adventurers guild. However, it's famous as a blacksmith town. Weapon shops and armor shops were all connected to each other. The swords sold here are not only cheap, but of high quality, is what Gisu was teaching us. Eris was making a face as if she wanted everything. But it's not like we have surplus with our money. After all, in order to cross from Mills to Central Continent, it's going to cost another fortune for a super dude race again. We can't afford to spend wastefully. The sword Eris is using now is not bad as well. Although I'm still a man. Seeing all these grim swords and armor lined up, regardless of one's age, you'll feel excited. Even though I say that, after all, it's a problem of garments that look one's age.
I don't think that suits you, boy.
After I said, even though I look like this, I'm still intermediate level of the sword god style, he was a bit surprised. Well, we have no money, so it ended with just being made fun of a bit.
According to Gisu's story, it seems that this is where the highway forks into multiple paths. If you continue east along the mountain, you'll supposedly arrive at a large town of dwarves. If you head northeast, then you'll arrive at the elves' territory, and northwest, the halfling regions are spread out. Also, if you head in the direction of the mountain, it seems that there are hot springs. Hot springs. It's a topic that I hold great interest in.
What's a hot spring?
Hot water from the mountain gathers up. If you bathe there, it feels really good.
Oh, sounds interesting. However, isn't this the first time Rudeus has been here? How do you know about it?
I read about it in a book. I wonder if hot springs were mentioned in Walking the World, the tour guidebook. I feel like they weren't mentioned in it. However, hot springs, huh? Sounds nice. There's probably no yukata in this world, but wet hair, skin dyed in the color of cherry blossoms, Eris spacing out in the hot water. The places known as hot springs are there. No, I guess it's not really mixed bathing. It would be different, right? Although in the 1 in 10,000 chance that there is mixed bathing, I wonder what would happen. It's something I have to make absolutely sure to check up on.
Since it's just after the rainy season ended, the mountainside is probably in a terrible state right now. Just as I was hesitating, Gisu objected. It seems if people who aren't used to walking in the mountains go, it will take quite a bit of time. Since that's the case, we have to give up on the hot springs. How unfortunate. Part 9. The Holy Sword Highway entered into the Blue Dragon mountain range. It was a path with a width that only about 2 carriages could pass through at once. It was cutting the mountain in half, the bottom of the valley. However, maybe thanks to the divine protection of Melis, it seems that rock slides almost never happen. If this path didn't exist, you'd have to take a huge detour in order to get north. Even though there's almost never any blue dragons in these mountains, there are many monsters, so if you tried to pass through them, it would be quite dangerous. In such a place, there's a shortcut created where not a single monster will appear. I understand the reason why St. Melis is worshipped very well. After 3 days, we passed through the valley. Just like that, we left the Great Forest and entered the territory of the human race.
Thank you so much for listening. Creating these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed this journey, please consider subscribing to support the channel. Only a small percentage of our listeners are subscribed, and your support makes a huge difference. If you want to hear more light novels, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next chapter.